Ladies and gentlemen, dear friends, thank you very much for being with us. It's 10 o'clock, maybe 10:05, so it's time to start. My name is Pavel Fischer. I am chairperson of the Committee for Foreign Relations, Security and Defense, and this is our great pleasure to welcome you here all, you who are online and you who are physically in the room, to take part in this conference, which is focused on Indo-Pacific and Euro-Atlantic spaces. As you certainly know, those two regions are of utmost importance for our security and for our prosperity. And before we start to work, it is my great pleasure to have with us Minister Joseph Wu online from Taipei. Minister, thank you very much. We are very happy to have you all ready for the opening remarks. And this is my greatest pleasure also to have with us Alexander Mereshko, who is chairperson of the Committee of Foreign Relations from Ukraine, Verkhovna Rada. He came to us from Kiev. And all of you who are with us, thank you very much. I would like to thank the first panelists, and first of all, Eva Decroix, who is co-hosting in the Parliament as a member of the Chamber this event. Thank you, Eva, for being with us today. Thank you, Excellencies, Chargé d'Affaires of United States of America, of Ukrainian Embassy, Ambassador of Korea, Ambassador of Taiwan, Ambassador of Norway, and all the others who are here. We are very pleased to be in this important debate with you. Two leaders recently met on the sidelines of a summit of the Shanghai Cooperation Organization in ex-Soviet Uzbekistan to reinforce what they call a no-limits relationship. I quote, "China is willing to make efforts with Russia to assume the role of great powers and play a guiding role to inject stability and positive energy into a world rocked by social turmoil," declared Xi Jinping to Vladimir Putin at the talks. Putin, the leader of Russia, took a clear broadside at the United States, which has been leading efforts to support Ukraine and impose sanctions on Russia. Vladimir Putin declared at this occasion, "Attempts to create a unipolar world have recently acquired an absolutely ugly form and are completely unacceptable." And he continued, "We highly appreciate the balanced position of our Chinese friends in connection with the Ukrainian crisis," Putin told Xi Jinping, while reiterating Moscow's backing for China on Taiwan. This was the news in France 24, France 24 news channel, after the talks in September. Russia, as we know, is acting in an armed aggression against Ukraine in violation of the fundamental principles of the UN Charter, as confirmed recently again by the United Nations Secretary General and by the recent vote of the resolution adopted at the 11th Emergency Special Session on Ukraine, October 10th. The ethos of the United Nations founding fathers was inspired by a shared political will to stop the spiral of atrocities that destroyed the world during World War II. If a country violates its obligations as a member state, as set out in the UN Charter, if a country violates its obligations repeatedly, then it is the duty of every member state to act accordingly and to bring it to the agenda of the UN General Assembly. Russia, as a permanent member of the Security Council, has an even greater responsibility to act, because by becoming a permanent member of the UN Security Council, it has demonstrated its commitment to fulfilling all its obligations in an exemplary manner. And it is not the case. That is why our meeting today is so important. Speaking in Uzbekistan, both leaders, speaking on behalf of China, declared that he was willing to make efforts together with Russia to take on the role of a great power and play a leading role in bringing stability and positive energy to a world in a social turmoil. In particular, we should focus that these commitments of both countries for the principles of the United Nations enshrined in the UN Charter are really respected. In the Senate of the Parliament of the Czech Republic, we pay special attention to our partners and our allies we can share values with, whether it is in the Euro-Atlantic or in the Indo-Pacific regions. We know that our own prosperity and security are closely connected with prosperity and security of our allies in Indo-Pacific. We are pleased that the Indo-Pacific is among the priorities of the Czech government, as stipulated in the political program declared in January 2022 by the government of the Prime Minister Petr Fiala, where some are declared namely, I quote, India, Japan, Republic of Korea, and Taiwan. While engaging with our allies, we cannot limit ourselves to trade relations only. We are not only consumers, we are citizens, and as citizens we have a responsibility. We must talk about the very basic principles of our own rule of law-based societies, of the United Nations, like the non-use of force in resolving conflicts between states, or the right of self-determination, among others. Since we see that in Russia's war against Ukraine, these principles are being fundamentally denied, we should pay particular attention to a country that acts as a senior power partner of Russia, and not only in the Security Council as we saw, and that is People's Republic of China. As stipulated by NATO, North Atlantic Treaty Organization, China challenges today our security, and we should act accordingly. Ladies and gentlemen, dear friends, excellencies, welcome in the Senate of the Czech Republic. I wish you a fruitful discussion, and I invite now to the microphone my colleague Eva Dikra. Thank you.
Dear colleagues, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, I'm really honored to welcome you to this conference in Prague, which aims to have Euro-Atlantic and Indo-Pacific perception meets. The goal of this event is to bridge the gap and hopefully create a very needed synergy effect among partners. At first glance, it could appear as if everything had been already said, but not by everyone, as the saying goes. But this is not the case. I'm certain that there are still several important matters to discuss, and this conference will contribute to clarify our respective and common positions. Indeed, this meeting is more than an informal discussion among decision makers and experts. In fact, three decisive aspects make it a highly relevant gathering. Firstly, the current political context. We are meeting amidst a dramatic attack on Ukraine. The war against Ukraine has, for some EU and NATO member states, reframed. For others, reinforced their understanding of security guarantees and collective defense. It has become clear that even though Ukraine was not a NATO member, with the aggression of the Russian Federation, the European continent was de facto under attack. Every citizen feels the daily economic repercussion of weaponization of energy and the disruption of the trade relation. For almost 15 years, the EU countries have been the constant targets of countless hybrid attacks, reaching from repeated cyber attacks to acts of sabotage. It started with Estonia Bronze Soldier in 2007 and has not stopped ever since. The latest cases of state terrorism in Vrbětice and Berlin prove our Baltics lies right. They had been sounding the alarm about Vladimir Putin's true ambition for years. It follows that 3CC, consultations, coordination, and cohesion among allies are more important than ever. United, we stand. Divided, we fall. Secondly, lessons learned from the COVID crisis and an updated threat assessment regarding the PRC led to reconsideration of previous policies. We learned the hard way that a merely trade-based engagement with being made us vulnerable. With around 40% of the EU foreign trade passing through the South China Sea, it has become essential to tackle the issue of safe navigation, but also to develop a network of new partnership. Disruption of supply chain, blackmail, and measures of intimidation have become a constant aspect of our relations with being. At the same time, the COVID crisis has demonstrated the importance of the Indo-Pacific region when it came to solution-oriented strategies to contain China's dominance. More importantly, in terms of security, long-neglected actors have suddenly become essential allies in defense of our common security. Joining force militarily has also become essential as the People's Republic of China's aggressive stance towards its neighbors and its threats towards Taiwan have resurfaced. Let us put it bluntly. Xi Jinping provoked a recalibration of our respective foreign policies. Thirdly, this conference is being held in the framework of the EU Presidency of Czech Republic. The new Czech government has found back to a more resolute and principled foreign policy. At the beginning of the EU Presidency, several commentators were pleasantly surprised by Prague's assertiveness. Some even claimed that the new government was punching above its leagues by showing leadership. The foreign policy agenda of the current government is not only translating into a demonstrative solidarity with Ukraine, but also inspiring ambitious parliamentary initiatives towards representatives of Taiwan. This leads, among other things, to the change of priorities of the protection of human rights in dealing with PRC. I would like to see the Czech Republic as one of the leading voices in the EU in defense of the oppressed minorities in China, like the Uyghurs. The government is already pursuing the legacy of Václav Havel's advocacy for the Tibetan minority. To sum up, the Czech agenda is based on three distinctive pillars: enhancing the global agenda of the EU strategy for cooperation in the Indo-Pacific, implementing the UN Sustainable Development Goals, and supporting NATO's new individual partnership cooperation programs with countries of the Indo-Pacific focused on cyber defense, non-proliferation, civil preparedness, and women, peace, and security. The goal is to maintain free and open Pacific, as well as building solid relations with countries of the region which are espousing our goals, promoting a prosperity which is grounded in the respect of democracy and human rights. The Czech approach to this policy implies that values and interests are not mutually exclusive. The Czech Republic pursues a value-based agenda because it is in its vital interest to do so. It is also in its interest to defend human rights. We have seen what a poorly short-time, interest-based energy policy has led to. A dangerous dependency on a hostile country massacring its way through the North and South Caucasus, Syria, and now leading a war against Ukraine, and committing acts of terror on our soil. This is happening while being Communist Party is enslaving the Uyghur minority in labor camps and trying to intimidate us. Moscow and Beijing are partners in crime. The Kremlin never respected the basics and essentials of democracy, human rights and liberty. Neither did the CCP. In short, neither of them ever shared our values for a rule-based international order. Let me close with this quote from the late President Václav Havel. Human rights are universal and indivisible. Human freedom is also indivisible. If it is denied to anyone in the world, it is therefore denied indirectly to all people. This is why we cannot remain silent in the face of evil or violence. Silence merely encourages them. Dear colleagues, esteemed guests, thank you to be here with us, and thank you that I may be here with you. And now I will give the floor to Mr. Fischer, maybe do it.
Thank you, Madame Deputy Eva de Croix. And this is our pleasure to have Christy Ago with us, Excellency Chargée d'Affaires, representing the United States in the Czech Republic. Please, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Senator Fischer. Thanks to the Czech Senate and Project Sinopsis for organizing this important and timely event. Our discussions today are taking place against the backdrop of some unprecedented global challenges, including in the Indo-Pacific. And it's a critical moment also for US-EU cooperation across the globe. And the challenges that we're facing today have made clear that we must keep working closely together to advance our shared goals. The United States is an Indo-Pacific nation with a long coastline with the island state of Hawaii and territories in the Pacific, so we share a deep and long history with the region. Indo-Pacific countries helped end the war in the Pacific in World War II, and recently we honored the 80th anniversary of the Battle of Guadalcanal at a memorial event in the Solomon Islands. Today, security in the Indo-Pacific is as critical as ever. The region is home to more than half of the world's population and facilitates 60% of the world's maritime trade. Countries in the region have experienced some of the world's highest levels of economic growth, and they've also been among the very first to experience the devastating effects of the climate crisis. For these reasons and so many more, it is crucial that we ensure an Indo-Pacific region that is free and open, stable and prosperous, resilient and secure. We are in a decisive decade, one that holds both considerable promise and also historic obstacles for the Indo-Pacific region. The United States Indo-Pacific strategy is the guiding policy for us that lays out our vision to strengthen the region through a positive agenda. It is not about who we're against, it's about what we are for. The strategy focuses on modernizing our alliances, strengthening partnerships, and investing in regional organizations. And as any durable strategy must, it places the concerns of the countries in the region front and center. We have shown up to listen and to learn from our Indo-Pacific partners, and they want to engage with initiatives that respect their country's strategic sovereignty, that capitalize on the region's economic promise without exploitation, and that safeguard the region's environmental treasures. So the US strategy also reflects a convergence of interests among like-minded countries inside and outside the Indo-Pacific region. And this is an important moment for US-EU cooperation in the Indo-Pacific. As the world economy emerges from the pandemic, as we face new challenges, as countries reconsider the value of their partnerships given Russia's unjustified war against Ukraine, it is vital to reflect on and adjust our collective global posture. I've been very heartened to see the deepening of the transatlantic cooperation through the US-EU Indo-Pacific consultations, and we do look forward to welcoming our EU partners back to Washington in December for the high-level meeting. As with our joint efforts to support democracy and combat the climate crisis, it is clear that we are much more powerful when we pool our resources and identify the unique contributions, the unique capabilities that each of us can contribute. And although the Indo-Pacific strategy is much more than a China strategy, we cannot ignore the immense challenge posed by the People's Republic of China to overall peace and stability in the region. The United States, alongside the EU, is deeply concerned that Beijing has chosen to align itself so closely with Moscow. As Senator Fischer mentioned, in February, Xi Jinping and Vladimir Putin declared that their two countries were partners with no limits, a statement that illuminates the PRC's calculated, self-serving, and ultimately short-sighted vision of diplomacy. Since then, the PRC has continued its partnership with Russia despite the Kremlin's brutal and unprovoked war of aggression in Ukraine, and despite the setbacks that Moscow has faced in prosecuting the war. We need to ensure that the PRC learns the right lessons from the war, and we need to make clear the costs and the folly of its support for Russia. But to be clear, the message and the goal is not to hold back or contain the PRC. The rules-based international order we helped build and defend has enabled the PRC's economic rise, and our aim is to uphold and revitalize that rules-based order, which has helped to keep the peace and spread prosperity for more than 7 decades. We will also continue to seek Beijing's cooperation to tackle the climate crisis and other issues of global concern. Finally, I want to speak for a moment on Taiwan policy. The United States remains committed to our One China policy, which is guided by the Taiwan Relations Act, the 3 joint communiques, and the 6 assurances. We oppose any unilateral changes to the status quo in the Taiwan Strait from either side. We do not support Taiwan independence, and we expect that cross-strait differences will be resolved by peaceful means. While our policy has not changed, what has changed is Beijing's growing coercion. Following Speaker Nancy Pelosi's visit in August, the world noted the PRC's irresponsible and escalatory actions, which have grave implications in the region and beyond. The PRC's provocative moves increase the risk of a miscalculation or accident, which could lead to a crisis that would threaten international security and the global economy. The United States' commitment to Taiwan is rock solid and contributes to the maintenance of peace and stability across the Taiwan Strait and within the region. And we will also keep channels of communication open with Beijing to responsibly manage the relationship with the PRC. We will continue to take steady but resolute steps to uphold peace and stability in the face of Beijing's efforts to undermine them, and to support Taiwan in line with our longstanding policy, consistent with the wishes and best interests of the people of Taiwan. And we seek to work with our allies and partners in this endeavor. In conclusion, I hope this has provided with some helpful insight into our strategy and our approach. We have a lot to do. We have a lot to do both with respect to the PRC and with the wider Indo-Pacific region, and it is vitally important that we continue to move together forward as we face the challenges, as we embrace the opportunities, and as we translate our ideas into concrete actions to promote our shared goals. We will work closely with our allies, our partners, and our friends to achieve the best outcomes for this region of such immense consequence. We cannot afford to wait. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you very much, Madam. Thank you, Kristi Ago, for your words. And last, for the opening remarks on our list is Vitaly Ushatý, Chargé d'Affaires of the Ukrainian Embassy to the Czech Republic. Please.
Dear ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, I'm very glad to have the opportunity to meet with you and exchange views on the challenges facing our countries and the whole world today because of the Russian aggression against Ukraine. This week, Ukraine is suffering from massive Russian missile strikes, and today is already 233 days of the Russian terrorist war. Since Monday, the enemy has already used more than 100 cruise missiles and dozens of different drones, including the Iranian Shahid. We should all be aware of that this is an enemy not only of Ukraine, this is the enemy of each of you. It's not limited to rockets. We see sabotage against gas pipelines in the Baltic Sea and against critical cables in Europe. We see an energy crisis, a food crisis, an artificial threat of famine for African and Asian countries. And all this is provoked and incited by the terrorist state Russia. Russia wants to provoke chaos in Ukraine and the entire democratic world, and therefore uses everything from missile strike to the siege of nuclear plants, threats of radiation disaster, from sabotage against infrastructure in Europe to a deliberate attempt to destroy all energy facilities in Ukraine. And we must stop all this with you. I would like to thank the Czech Republic for all the help already provided. It is a big and important, but the Russian leadership still has the opportunity to increase the escalation, which is a threat to all of us. Ukraine has overcome this threat. To this end, the President of Ukraine, Volodymyr Zelensky, proposed a peace formula. And now, responding to Russian terror, pseudo-referendums and attempts to annex our territory, we can apply peace formula so that the terrorist state has no chance. What the peace formula provides? The first is defensive support, in particular air shield for Ukraine. When Ukraine receives a sufficient number of modern and effective air defense systems, the key element of Russian terror, missile strike, will cease to work. Therefore, dear ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of Ukrainian people, I ask you to strengthen the joint effort to financially help Ukraine create an air shield. Millions of people will be thankful for this help. The second point is territorial integrity of Ukraine. It is also an element of our peace formula, and it is logically combined with the third point, with punishment, which is the integral element of any peace formula. The protection of territorial integrity of Ukraine is the protection of the entire international legal order, starting with the UN Charter. Whereas potential aggressors in the world are now watching the reaction of democracies to the force orchestrated by Russia with pseudo-referendum and attempted annexation. On Wednesday, the UN General Assembly adopted a resolution condemning illegal referendums that Russia held in the temporary occupied territories of Donetsk, Lugansk, Zaporizhzhia, Kherson region of Ukraine. The resolution was adopted by 143 out of 193 members of the UN General Assembly. 5 states, as Russia, Belarus, Syria, North Korea, and Nicaragua, voted against, and remaining 33 abstained during the vote. Thus, the vast majority of organization members condemned the illegal actions of the Russian Federation in the annexation of Ukrainian territories. Russia must be completely isolated and punished both politically and sanctioned. Right now, when the terrorist state is trying to intimidate us all even more, we must respond to Russian terror with even stronger, more meaningful cooperation. This is real protection. Our common defense is our common democracy, our way of life. Terror must lose. Ukraine must win. It is absolutely real, with your support, of course. I thank once more Czech Republic for supporting the 8th sanction package. However, Russia has started a new stage of escalation, and therefore a new sanction package is needed, a strong package, and I ask you to support it. Now, while we have no opportunity for diplomacy because this Russian leader believes in terror, we need defense support. It is only on the battlefield that peace is won, but also in the sphere of diplomacy in our work on security guarantees for Ukraine and supplementing the current security architecture in Europe. Without a strong Ukraine, there will be no strong and secure Europe. That is why Ukraine has applied for NATO membership. Ukraine has significantly strengthened NATO and make Europe more secure. We count on your support for Ukraine, a Euro-Atlantic aspiration, and for common security in Europe. I would like to thank once more the Czech Republic, to the United States of America, and our other international partner for provided help. We bring peace together. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Excellency. This is for the opening remarks session, and now let me just invite the participants of the first panel to join me here. So thank you very much. Stay with us, and I would like to invite to the panel Alexander Mereshko, who is chairing of the Committee for Foreign Relations of Verkhovna Rada of Ukraine. Thank you very much, Alexander, for being with us. And I would like to invite Martin Hala, who is one of the founders of Sinopsis and partner of our event today. Before we give the floor to the first panelist, and we would like to give the floor first to Joseph Wu, the Minister of Foreign Affairs of Taiwan, let me just introduce the panel. We have some 90 minutes to discuss, even more, if there is enough of steam, so we will see. We can have even until 12:30, we will see, before the lunch break. And the panel is entitled Euro-Atlantic and Indo-Pacific Under Threat, Challenges to the Status Quo in Eastern Europe and East Asia. As you can imagine, we will speak both about the rising tension in Eastern Asia and the escalation of the conflict we observe in Ukraine. After the introductory remarks, 15 minutes maximum, we would like to invite you, three of you, to exchange, maybe to react, if you have something to add or to connect with the speaker you have followed. And then we will open the floor to the questions of you who are in the hall. So, thank you very much. Without further ado, I would like to invite Excellency Minister of Foreign Affairs of Taiwan, Joseph Wu. Joseph, thank you very much. The floor is yours.
Thank you. The Honorable Fischer, Chair of the Foreign Affairs Committee of the Czech Senate. The Honorable Mereshko, Chair of the Foreign Relations Committee of the Ukrainian Rada. The Honorable Turkoy, Member of the Foreign Relations Committee of the Czech Senate. The Honorable Igor Shashtafer at the U.S. Embassy in the Czech Republic. And the Honorable Utasy Chache of the Ukrainian Embassy in the Czech Republic, and Dr. Hala, Founder and Director of Sinopsis. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, greetings from Taiwan. I would like to start by thanking Sinopsis and the Czech Senate Foreign Affairs Committee for inviting me to this conference. I fondly recall my very pleasant and rewarding trip to beautiful Prague last year, when I was welcomed to the Czech Senate and spoke at a seminar organized by Sinopsis. What a great visit it was. In particular, for the Czech government to ride out diplomatic pressure and allow a Taiwanese foreign minister to speak at a public event was truly admirable. This shows the courage of the Czech Republic. and allow me to express my sincere appreciation to you one more time. Today, I'm absolutely delighted to be with Chair Fischer and Dr. Hala once again. I also want to say that I'm humbled to be with Mr. Merashko, who chairs the Taiwan caucus in the Ukrainian parliament, the Rada. Ukraine has become an emblematic symbol in the minds of the Taiwanese people. It is my true honor to be with someone who has been resisting the Russian invasion and fighting for freedom against autocracy. I hope I can soon personally welcome Mr. Merashko and other Ukrainian friends to Taiwan to exchange ideas on what we can do for each other and for the rest of the world. I'm greatly encouraged to see the Ukrainian people pushing Russian troops out of their territory, inch by inch, mile by mile, city by city. With your bravery and determination, and with the support of fellow democracies, I'm very sure that you will soon remove the invaders altogether. And Taiwan will be ready to work with democratic partners, such as the Czech Republic, to help rebuild the beautiful country of Ukraine. We will do so in the same spirit that we have assisted Ukrainian refugees and sent hundreds of tons of relief aid into Ukraine. I haven't told anyone about this until now. It was very emotional for me to call on the mayors of Kyiv, Kharkiv, and Bucha, as well as other leaders, to facilitate the donations. Taiwan and the Taiwanese people have tremendous empathy for the people of Ukraine and have showered them with generous support. This is not because we had close political ties in the past, and certainly not because we expect anything in return. No, the Taiwanese people helping because it is the right thing to do. I have to tell you that the bravery of the Ukrainian people has been an inspiration to us. Your fight for freedom, democracy, and the defense of your national integrity and sovereignty has moved the Taiwanese people. Though we are thousands of miles apart, our hearts are now closely connected. I want to thank the Ukrainians for demonstrating what it really means to have the determination to defend yourselves. You are truly inspiring. Another reason I stand with Ukraine is because we are both on the front lines of defense against the expansion of authoritarianism. The international order is changing. We are confronted with the real threat of slavery under autocratic rule. We have all seen the scale of the suffering that Russia is inflicting upon Ukraine. But this is much smaller in scale compared to what the People's Republic of China can do in the Indo-Pacific. Allow me to explain some more so that you can see the full extent of the problem the world is facing. In early August, the PRC tried to intimidate Taiwan with missile tests and large-scale air and sea exercises. Many of these aircraft and vessels crossed the median line of the Taiwan Strait, which is the key symbol of the status quo. Then came cyber attacks, disinformation campaigns, and economic coercion. Simply, the PLA was practicing its playbook for a future invasion of Taiwan. Even though the Chinese government announced it was ending its military exercises, in fact, they have continued unabated. PLA still engages in routine air and sea drills around Taiwan, and many of these sorties continue to violate our defense identification zone and cross the median line of the Taiwan Strait. In other words, the Chinese communists want to establish a new normal as part of their expansionist scheme. The PRC also striving to exercise its influence in the international organizations, such as the United Nations, to suffocate Taiwan diplomatically. It deliberately misinterpreted UN General Assembly Resolution 2758 to describe Taiwan as part of the PRC and is pushing its viewpoint through the whole UN system. This year, the Chinese foreign minister said, in essence, that according to this resolution, Taiwan is a domestic issue of China, and no one can have a say if it exercises its right to use force. In other words, the UN resolution is now being abused by Chinese officials to legitimize the use of force against Taiwan. But is Taiwan the last piece in China's expansionist mission? I'm afraid not. If we dial back the clock to 2020, when China imposed the national security law on Hong Kong, depriving its citizens their freedom and political rights. We were asking the same question. Would Hong Kong be the last victim? If not, who will be next? We did not make the Chinese communists pay for what they did to Hong Kong. And now the PRC is emboldened to turn the heat on Taiwan. I'm sad to say that virtually the same story played out in Europe in 2014 when Vladimir Putin annexed Crimea. We did not make him pay them. And now the whole Ukraine is suffering the consequences. If Russia is not stopped now, the whole of Europe will be at risk. And if we do not push back against Chinese expansionism, its far-reaching ambitions will not stop at Taiwan. In the East China Sea, our Japanese friends are extremely concerned about Chinese Coast Guard, naval, and Air Force activities. The PRC points to that vast stretch of water and say, that is mine, and then they try to grab it. Let me tell you, when our Japanese friends say they oppose any unilateral change of the status quo force, they really mean it. Not too far from Taiwan in the South China Sea, the PRC conducts daily patrols with Coast Guard ships, naval vessels, and military planes. We also arm hundreds of fishing boats to serve as maritime militia to supplement official vessels. You may recall that Xi Jinping visited Washington, D.C. in 2015 and pledged not to militarize the South China Sea. Well, he did the opposite of what he promised. Several tiny rocks, including Subichou, Cross, and Mischief, have become large and fully functional military bases. And trust me, we are turning more rocks into military bases, totally ignoring the 2016 ruling of the Hague International Tribunal. I wish I can end here, considered to be the danger to the free world at this point. There's more, so much more. The PLA's air and sea exercises these days regularly cross the first island chain to go deep into the Pacific. And in June, China signed a security agreement with the Solomon Islands, which is very far from China, but right at the doorstep of Australia. I hope this is enough to wake up our fellow democracies on how far Chinese authoritarianism is already entrenched in the Pacific and how much it has already eroded the rules-based international order. In the Indian Ocean, China has utilized the Belt and Road Initiative to secure naval ports, including in Cambodia, Myanmar, Bangladesh, Sri Lanka, Pakistan, and all the way to Djibouti, out home of Africa. Wherever it goes, it leaves behind a trail of debt, corruption, and even bankruptcy. You can Google String of Pearls to get a sense of what China has been up to in India's vicinity. I could go on to talk about Chinese influence in Africa or Latin America. But for now, please ask ourselves these two questions. Why is there still a place for authoritarian expansionism in our modern civilization? And has it already gone too far? While we see authoritarianism expanding abroad, it is in full force domestically using digital technology. The Chinese government has used its zero COVID policy and city lockdowns to further expand a digital social credit system. In Xinjiang, as well as being under constant surveillance, more than 1 million Uyghurs have been impersonated in re-education camps and subjected to inhumane treatment. A UN investigation concluded that these may constitute crimes against humanity. Many countries, including the Czech Republic, have already called it genocide. Xinjiang is no exception. What Chinese officials have done to Tibetan Buddhists and followers of other religions have been horrifying. We have seen churches torn down, Bibles burned, crosses destroyed, and patriotic slogans and portraits in places of worship. In a democracy, transparency means the government is open to the people. In China, the people are totally transparent to the government. This is the authoritarianism we faced. It expands employs digital technology to exert control and conducts cognitive warfare against its enemies. This communist regime is more powerful and more dangerous than Russia under Vladimir Putin. The world today is a very different place just a few years ago. As well as rapidly extending their influence abroad, Russia and China have also started helping each other in the UN, on the economic front, in other areas. My dear friends, faced with this geopolitical landscape, we are running out of options. Ukraine and Taiwan will be under the most intense pressure at this moment. Democracy as a whole is under assault. As the alliance of authoritarian regimes attempt to divide and conquer us, the only choice left open is to work together. As German pastor Martin Niemöller wrote in his set point after the Second World War, first, they came for the socialists, and I did not speak out because I was not a socialist. Then they came for the trade unionists, and I did not speak out because I was not a trade unionist. Then they came for the Jews, and I did not speak out because I was not a Jew. Then they came for the Catholics, and I did not speak out because I was a Protestant. Then they came for me, and there was no one left to speak for me. My dear friends, democracies have shown remarkable unity in response to Russia's invasion of Ukraine. We must keep up the momentum and continue to push back against the expansion of authoritarianism, not just in Europe, but in the Indo-Pacific and all over the world. Democracies must cooperate to strengthen our shared values so that we can all stay resilient. Together, we will safeguard the foundation of a free, open, prosperous, and secure international order. Ladies and gentlemen, I have a strong faith in democracy and believe that it will prevail in the end. Before we fend off the onslaught of authoritarianism, we need to actively support one another to show that we are stronger together. This, I would like to once again express my appreciation to Sinopsis and the Czech Senate Foreign Affairs Committee for the invitation to speak to you, and to the Czech Republic for opening its arms to Taiwan. This is what unity is all about. And by working together, democracy will prevail. Taiwan will prevail, and Ukraine will prevail. Thank you very much.
Excellency, on behalf of all those who are in this room, I would like to thank you. Since the connection was not perfect, I will wrap up some of your ideas that we could work on right now. And if you have a chance to reconnect for being with us in a better sound quality, we would be happy. So let me just remind that Minister Wu spoke about Taiwan and Ukraine being countries in front lines of confrontation with totalitarian regimes, be it Russia or People's Republic of China. That Chinese recent military drills, which was organized around Taiwan to block it and to block the commerce around Taiwan, was additional part of efforts of Beijing to isolate Taiwan, for instance, diplomatically or politically in the UN. Taiwan is not the last piece of Chinese expansion ambition, and we should pay special attention to be aware where the efforts of Chinese leadership will be deployed. It can be elsewhere in Indo-Pacific, but also worldwide. The similarity of 2014 situation when Putin invaded with Russia Ukrainian territory and was not stopped at that time is for us a reminder, because since he was not stopped at that time, we see a continuation of this efforts to control and to grab territories of sovereign states. Those who live in Asia knows it perfectly well. It can be Japan, it can be countries around South China Sea, it can be even Solomon Island, which are at the doorstep of Australia, where China tries to have a say, as if Chinese People's Republic would like to be entrenched in the Indo-Pacific. And not only there, we see their efforts also in other countries and other continents. Minister quoted also the example of Tibet and of religious phenomenon which is completely denied in terms of autonomy of Tibetan authorities as far as His Holiness Dalai Lama authority and his succession is concerned. China would like to control everything, including the religious issues and affairs in its territory. And Russia and China are helping each other in the UN, and we, as free world, we are running out of option, since democracy is under assault, and the only chance is for us to work together. Democracies has to take the perfect example of unity we succeeded to create after the invasion of Ukraine and to push back Russia as an example of how could we act in the future, not only in the European continent but all over the world. Stay together and actively support each other is a very mission of free democracies we take part of. Thank you very much, Minister, for your opening remarks. And next on my list will be Alexander Mereshko. Alexander, welcome.
Thank you, dear friends. Thank you for inviting me. To me, it's a great honor and great pleasure. And, you know, I see in this profound symbolism because in Ukraine today we celebrate the Day of Defenders. And we both, Taiwan and Ukraine, have to defend our countries against brutal authoritarian or totalitarian even regimes. I'm often asked the question, why did my colleagues and me create the Caucus of Friendship with Taiwan? And the truth is that the answer is very simple. We had a purely moral reason for doing that because, you know, for us and for many people in Ukraine, February 24th became the crucial moment, the moment of truth, when we saw who are our true friends and who are not our friends. And at that time, I remember it vividly, China turned its back on us. And Taiwan extended a hand of friendship and support. And we will never forget this support in very difficult times. And I'm sure that we have to be grateful to Taiwan, to Taiwanese people for your help and support when we needed it most. The topic I would like to raise right now is an answer to a very simple question: how to prevent invasion of Taiwan, or in other words, how to deter China from invasion. And I would like to speak on the basis of our Ukrainian experience, how to do it, what we have learned from our battle against Russian authoritarian regime. I also would like to stress that I agree with my colleagues that today, nowadays, on the front lines of the struggle for democracy are two countries, Ukraine and Taiwan, and we should stick together because it strengthens us. It strengthens both these countries and it strengthens democracy in the world. So I'll try to be more scientific, because in my previous life I was a professor of international law, more scientific than political in my analysis. I would single out several kinds of deterrents which might help to prevent China's invasion of Taiwan. And I will talk about 5 such deterrents: military, legal, political deterrent, moral deterrent, and economic deterrent. I'll start with military deterrent. In my opinion, Taiwan should receive advanced combat drones and missiles capable of striking multiple high-value targets in China and in Taiwan Strait. This should be in numbers large enough to deter China and to let it understand that in case of invasion, the response will be swift and devastating. This is from our experience. The people of Taiwan should be educated as to the realities of the threat facing them and trained by the military to fight for their homes and their families. This is, by the way, one of the explanations why Ukraine is so successful in winning this war against Russia, because we are fighting for our families and our homes, and we have no choice. We have no right to lose. A good example for Taiwan might be territorial defense in Ukraine. It proved to be very effective. This is about military deterrent, a legal deterrent, and here I will speak again as a former professor of international law. Well, Taiwan should be recognized as a subject of international law. By the way, it was done perfectly by the Czech Parliament in your resolution. It's excellent. Why is it important to be recognized as a subject of international law? I understand that there is lots of confusion regarding the issue whether Taiwan is a state or not. And to me, even to me, it's very confusing. And this one policy concept is also confusing, because from the perspective of international law, Taiwan has all these attributes of a state. It has territory, government, independence, and population. It should be very clearly let known to the People's Republic of China that Taiwan, as a subject of international law, is under protection of international law. Why it's crucially important? Because when we regard Taiwan as a subject of international law or as a state, it gives protection of international law and principles of international law, including the cornerstone of the global system, the principle of the non-use of force or threat of force, which is enshrined in the UN Charter, Article 2, Paragraph 4. The issue could also be raised that under the UN Charter, the permanent member of the Security Council is still the Republic of China, not the People's Republic of China. In the text, there is still a Republic of China, in the same way that there is no Russia in the text of the UN Charter, only the Soviet Union. Interestingly, and here I'm talking again as an international lawyer, to me, the expulsion of Taiwan from the United Nations on the basis of the General Assembly resolution was in violation of the UN Charter. There was supposed to be a decision under the UN Charter, decision of the Security Council first, and then after that, decision of the General Assembly. So to me, this issue is confusing. Political deterrent. All democratic states should clearly indicate to the People's Republic of China that in case of the invasion of Taiwan, they will provide full support to the victim of the aggression and will view this invasion as an act of aggression. And let me remind you that aggression is a crime against all countries, And again, talking about political deterrent, we have to have solidarity between all the countries. Moral deterrent or moral aspect. Taiwan is an integral part of the free world, and its invasion by an authoritarian regime could result in genocide, and it's unacceptable. You know, I've been professor for 1 year at Indian University, and among my students were many Tibetan students from Tibet. I talked to them about genocide in Tibet. The thing is that the People's Republic of China had already committed genocide against Tibet. Now we observe an unfolding genocide of the Uyghurs. And in case of invasion of Taiwan, we can have the third, another genocide, which is very dangerous. It's an important moral issue. And we should talk about this. And finally, economic deterrent. A package of preventive economic sanctions should be prepared by the US, European Union, and like-minded states. The People's Republic of China should know in advance that in case of invasion, it will face serious economic damage. And this package of sanctions should be known and prepared right now, in advance. In my opinion, these 5 deterrents can help to prevent the invasion of Taiwan. Thank you.
Dear Alexander, it is so refreshing to meet professors in the Parliament that I would like to thank you for your remarks. You spoke about lessons learned from the first hand. You mentioned 5 deterrents: military, legal, political, moral, and economic. I think that each of them will require our further debate and exchange. By the way, the European Parliament speaks about engaging with Taiwan in order to raise the price, the political price for China in terms of any invasion in the future. So we can raise the stakes, exactly as you say, not only by military means, but also political means. And I am very happy that you spoke about legal means as well, moral and economic also. So this is maybe the best moment to ask Martin Hala to have his opening remarks. Thank you very much for being with us and for Sinopsis being partner of this event. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, I am very honored to speak in such a distinguished company. Normally at this point I would probably thank the organizers, but because I am actually one of the organizers, it would be a little bit out of place. I wanted to say a few words about why we even thought it would be useful to have such a conference at this time. And the starting point, the point of departure for our thinking about this conference was that we thought we needed to challenge the ingrained narrative, the widespread narrative that there is a fundamental difference between what's happening in Eastern Europe and what might possibly happen in the Far East, that these two flashpoints are not related. Of course, the Beijing government has been making this point since the beginning of the Ukrainian crisis. And they've been emphasizing that these are two completely different things because unlike Ukraine, Taiwan is only recognized by a relatively small number of states. Of course, you could easily reverse that argument and say that just a couple of decades ago, the situation was exactly the other way around. And the Ukraine was a part of the Soviet Union, and the Republic of China was sitting at the UN Security Council. But anyhow, this argument that these are two unrelated crises did take some ground in some quarters, has been pushed by various actors. Recently, there was even a campaign on the social media discovered and revealed by Meta, the parent company of Facebook, which disclosed that a number of fake accounts, a number of bots were pushing this narrative in the Czech Republic that, here in Europe, in the Czech Republic, in Eastern Europe, we should really focus on the crisis at hand, meaning in the Ukraine, and not really try to look at the connections with the Far East, that we can only antagonize one big power at a time, and that we should not do anything provocative vis-a-vis China, like getting out of the 16+1 grouping, exactly because we have our plate full, so to speak, already with the crisis in the neighborhood. So this argument has been widespread in some quarters, particularly here in the Czech Republic, but in other countries as well. And we thought it might be good to challenge it and look at exactly the connections that make these two regions interconnected and interrelated. Of course, there are many differences between the Ukraine and, or between Eastern Europe and East Asia. But there are also some fundamental similarities, and I guess perhaps the most fundamental one is that Russia and China are looking at the Ukraine and Taiwan, respectively, in exactly the same way. They look at their neighbors and they see countries that have no right to exist, that not only do not have full sovereignty, but that simply have no legitimacy. So this, regardless of whether they're recognized by other countries or not. So this is a very similar outlook in international relations that brings these two powers together. And the best expression of that, of course, was the February 4th declaration that has already been mentioned a couple times. These two powers basically have a revisionist agenda in the international relations and would like to establish, as stated openly in that February 4th declaration, a new type of international relations. So what would the new type of international relations entail? It would basically allow big countries bigger rights than small countries, as the former foreign minister of the People's Republic of China, Yang Jiechi, so eloquently expressed in 2010 in Hanoi. There are small countries and there are big countries, and that is a fact, quote unquote. So in this new type of international relations, some countries would have bigger rights than others, and that's also the meaning of the idea of the multipolar world. The multipolar world is very different from the idea of multilateral relations. In the multipolar world imagined by Russia and China, there would literally be just a few poles, like China and Russia, or what in Russia often is called the civilizational states, that have spheres of gravity into which other countries, other smaller nations fall, and therefore are somehow subject to the will of the bigger center civilizational powers. So the outlook of these two powers is very similar in certain respects, and that is the basis of their partnership. Of course, it's not a real alliance like the alliances that have been established after World War II, and on which the current international order essentially rests. It's a different partnership because it's not based on shared values, but on shared interests. And many of these interests are also quite short-term. So we might also add that it's basically based on the will of the current leaders of these two powers. Some Russian scholars have been quite aptly calling this relationship partnership with benefits. I think that's a very good way to express it. So it's a very limited partnership going on only so far. Nevertheless, it's real, and we have to take it seriously. And in that sense, I think that's exactly what connects the regions of Euro-Atlantic and Indo-Pacific. In the Russia-China partnership, there used to be a time when Russia was the senior partner, the bigger, more powerful partner. But that has changed over the decades. So quite apparently now it's China that is the bigger, the more powerful partner. And the center of gravity of this sort of revisionist partnership with benefits has moved from Europe to East Asia. And the response to it has to move accordingly. And that's how I personally understand the concept of Indo-Pacific. There is basically a similar response to a crisis situation, to a challenge, to the current challenge, to the liberal democratic order established after the Second World War, or after the end of the Cold War, we might argue. It's a similar response to this challenge to the one that we have seen in Europe or the North Atlantic or the Euro-Atlantic space after the Second World War, when the challenge, the threat, the expansionist threat came from Russia in this particular theater. Now this theater has moved eastwards, and so needs to move the response, hence the Indo-Pacific, the concept of Indo-Pacific. If you look at the world today, it's quite clear that there are elements of return to this two-bloc situation where you have the bloc of revisionist powers, the Eurasian bloc, mainly Russia and China, on one hand, and the liberal democratic community, or the democratic community for short, on the other side, with the democratic community roughly represented by the Euro-Atlantic community and the emerging Indo-Pacific one. I normally refrain from calling it the new Cold War. There are many who do call it the new Cold War, but I think there are as many differences as there are similarities between these two situations. And first of all, there's 30 years in between, and these 30 years have been marked by very intense globalization that led to a massive interconnectedness between the two emerging blocs. Now, we should probably add one more emerging bloc or re-emerging bloc to this picture, and that's, of course, the global South. And that indeed seems to be where the main competition between the other two blocs, or the main ideas, the two different visions of international order, is now being played out. So that's basically the thinking behind trying to point out the interconnectedness between the concepts of the Euro-Atlantic and the Indo-Pacific. So with that, I think I'll return the word to Mr. Chairman, and we can have a discussion. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Martin Haller. In your introduction, you spoke about cooperation which is based not on shared values, as we see it between Russia and China today, but only on interests, on short-term interests of the leaders of today. So I think that this is maybe the very good starting point that we come back to Taipei, and we would like to invite Joseph Wu to react or to add to this first exchange what came into your mind. Minister, the floor is yours.
Was the statement put out by Dr. Hara and also by Chairperson Marashko. I'm deeply impressed by the ideas put out by the two gentlemen. I don't know whether you are able to hear me well this time. Are you able to hear me okay?
Yes, we understand.
Okay, I'll continue then. I think it's a key observation that the alliance of convenience in between China and Russia, they are based on their shared values, or maybe based on the short-term shared values in between the two leaders. And this is a wonderful observation. But to Taiwan's side, I think what we are looking at is the political system, not just a leader. And I think the leader is the creation of this political system. And the political system is authoritarian. And we can even describe it as totalitarian. And when we have this totalitarian system, the top leader is accumulating more and more power in his hands. And this leads to some possibilities of miscalculation. For instance, the bureaucracies or think tanks, general public society, not able to channel a true story to the top leader. And the top leader needs to make his decisions. In these kinds of situations that the top leader does not have the best recommendations from the bureaucracies or from the public, things may go wrong. For example, if the Chinese leader proves that he is powerful enough to continue to expand, it might run into a situation that some other countries might go into accidental conflict with China. For instance, as I said a little bit earlier, the Chinese were conducting military exercises very close to Taiwan. They are also engaging in East China Sea and South China Sea. And if there's any military close encounter and cause an accident, the war might erupt. And this is something that we see more in this part of the world. And I think the fundamental is the political system, and it's authoritarianism that is causing all the trouble in this part of the world. And I would like to say that in Russia, things seems to be similar. The Russian political system is also accumulating all the powers in the hands of Vladimir Putin. And that kind of political system is bound to have mistakes. In order to glorify the leader, continue to rule the country, he might want to continue to expand his power, his territory, and etc. If you look at the languages of the two countries, we are talking about the rejuvenation of the country. We are talking about the glory of the old Soviet Union. I think that's because both of them are authoritarian countries. And in order for us to overcome this kind of issue, we need to continue to focus on this authoritarianism versus democracy. And we hope that in one day that we can advocate democracy directly to the Chinese people so that the Chinese people can enjoy the same degree of freedom and democracy that Taiwan or the Czech Republic is enjoying. And at that time, I think we should probably be able to end the kind of expansionism that we are facing, either in China or in Russia.
Thank you very much, Excellency. Let me just briefly wrap up what you have said. Authoritarianism or democracy, this is the fundamental tension that we observe here. And this is not only about short-term interests or values-based leadership, because the very political system, both in China and in Russia, created a leadership to have more power in his hands. And the danger of miscalculation is raising up because bureaucracy works only for the top without countermeasures or checks and balances, as we know in our countries. And for Russia, we see similar accumulation of power, glorification of the leader, and extension of his term in power. So I think that we can probably see here as more systemic similarities as we outlined at the very beginning. Dr. Haller, would you like to react on this?
Sure, thank you. Thanks for those comments. I cannot agree more. I think there definitely are systemic similarities between Russia and the People's Republic of China. But we also have to keep in mind that these two political systems are not identical, that there are also quite important differences between them. Again, the main difference being that the PRC still is a Leninist state, whereas the Russian Federation is, well, if we want to be generous, we would probably call it a post-Leninist state. If we want to be realistic, we would probably call it a mafia state. So it's basically a country that has been captured by its own security services. So, but of course, that's technical details. The more important aspect is that these are both countries run by the leadership principle. It so happens that on Sunday, the 20th Congress of the Chinese Communist Party is beginning, where Xi Jinping will essentially get a lifelong mandate to run the country. So he will become the leader for life of the People's Republic of China. So it's probably a good moment to remember that this is another aspect that bounds these two countries, the notion of top-down political systems run by almost absolute leaders.
Thank you very much, Martin Hala. The floor is now for Alexander Mereshko.
I completely agree with what we have now, and this is a global conflict. It's a conflict, I define it for myself as conflict between free and not free world. When we're talking about unfree world, we mean authoritarian regimes or totalitarian regimes, because what we have in China and Russia, it more looks like totalitarian regime rather than authoritarian regimes. And I call this conflict, I compare it with the Cold War, because it bears some resemblance to Cold War, but still there is a difference. Cold War was ideological conflict, but here I see more, I call it axiological conflict. Conflict between different values. Values of democracy, like dignity of human being, human rights, rule of law, democratic government. And unfree world, authoritarian world, which is different. And when we say in Ukraine that we are fighting not only for our country, but we fight for European values, for democracy, it means that we should be consistent, that we should support other democracies, that we should support Taiwan, we should support the Uyghurs. You know, it's important. We should be consistent in this regard. And only the key to survival of free world, which is sometimes maybe very fragile, the key is solidarity between democracies. Thank you.
Thank you very much. This is for the introductory remarks, and now we open the floor to you who are in the hall, in the room, or to you who will raise the hand and we will know it. So just don't be shy, and we are ready to take your questions, reactions, or answers. I think that we can have 30 minutes of exchange, and then I would like to invite all our panelists to wrap up and to conclude. So, who is the first? Is always the most tricky question. I see a hand. One day said General de Gaulle at a press conference. He was eager to have a question and nothing came. Yes, please, the first.
I guess here. All right. So, Director Hala, you mentioned that there is currently some kind of partnership with benefits between Russian Federation and the People's Republic of China, or we can also call it a marriage of reason. And I'm just wondering, what can the Western countries or democratic countries in general do to put a splinter into the relationship between the two, to make it a little bit sour, so the two won't integrate even more in the upcoming maybe years and decades? Thank you.
Dr. Hala, could you just take this question, and if others would like to react, don't hesitate.
Yes, thanks for that question. Well, I don't think there's much that the democratic world can do about this partnership. I think it will, and there's probably not much it has to do, because it will eventually sour by itself, as happened in the past. So, you know, many of the driving forces that are bringing these two countries together will eventually run out, and then the more longer-term issues between them will bring more friction. So you know, the short answer probably would be just to sit back and wait for this to happen.
Thank you for the short answer. I saw another hand at the back of the room. Please come to the microphone, and if you could introduce yourself, maybe it will be a good idea. Sorry.
Hello, my name is... can you hear me? Yeah. My name is Evgeny. I'm a journalist of Radio Liberty. So my question is for Alexander. Originally, I'm from Belarus, and I want to ask you, how do you see if all of Russian and Belarusian people are guilty for this war? Thank you.
Could you just repeat the final higher volume?
Are all Russian and Belarusian people guilty for this war?
So the question of responsibility of Belarusian people or Russian people of having this ongoing war, is it right?
Belarusian and Russian.
Yes, okay.
Thank you.
Yeah, from... again from the perspective of international law, because under international law, Belarus right now is an accomplice. It participates in aggression against Ukraine. By providing its territory to the Russian aggression, it is already an accomplice. It's aggressor, basically, also. But I understand that we can also view this situation differently. We can view Belarus as a territory occupied by authoritarian regime and Russia also. And right now, it's interesting to think that we have discussion in our political circus. Should we recognize, because we tend not to recognize Lukashenko as legitimate president. He is dictator. But the question is, whom we should regard as a legitimate representative of Belarus. And even yesterday we had interesting discussion within our committee with members of our committee, because in the West, there is Tikhanovskaya, as you know, yes, but we in Ukraine, we have some doubts, let me put it this way. And the interesting idea which was put forward by one of my colleagues is to recognize as a legitimate representative of Belarus people the battalion, Kalinovsky battalion in Ukraine, which is fighting against Russian aggression. And there was such precedence in history. The movement by General de Gaulle, Free France. So why shouldn't we recognize those Belarusians who are fighting for our freedom and for their freedom as a true and legitimate representative of Belarus?
Thank you for the clear response. I will just prolong your consideration before third question comes. I think that in the very history of this country, Czechoslovakia, we see battalions recognized as identity markers for the future state during the First War. So I think that we can test, being also part of this reflection based on our own history of armed forces without state, which were recognized by allies as being distinguished partners for the battle. So we understand perfectly this argument. Please, third question.
Good day. I'm from the Epoch Times newspapers, and I want to ask Minister Wu about culture, because in the world, the people love the Chinese culture, but the culture before communism. It's 5,000 years of history. And I want to ask Minister Wu if he can compare the culture inside China and the culture inside Taiwan, because in my opinion, it's more traditional, and it's also something which spoke about the Senator Fischer, about that we share some values together. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Minister, did you hear properly the question? Please, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much for this question. If you look at the Chinese society and the Taiwanese society, I think the two sides share the same cultural root and shares the same family heritages. We came from the same background. But I think because of the separation, because of the different type of political development, we have developed into two very different cultures. If you have an opportunity to come to Taiwan, the Taiwanese people are very open, very willing to engage with people coming from outside, visit Taiwan. And people are very open to their own opinion, to the politics or to other type of social issues. And I think this creates a very dynamic social conditions here in Taiwan. And even though Taiwan and China shares the same cultural heritage, but Taiwan's long-term historical development is also having different elements coming into our culture. We were colonized by Japan, and before that we were also colonized by Portuguese, by Dutch, by the UK, and etc. So Taiwan has that cosmopolitan or international aspect in our culture as well. So Taiwan in general is more outspoken, is more outward looking, and democracy has changed everything as well. Taiwanese political culture democracy is the core. People now so accustomed to our democracy. And nothing is going to take that democracy and freedom away from the people. Even China is trying to impose its political system on Taiwan, or one country, two system on Taiwan. People here always say no. And this is very distinct from China. If you look at China, after long years of communist rules, I think it has become a more monolithic type of society. And that is very different from what we see in Taiwan or Japan or other democratic societies. So that creates a very different of political culture or social culture in China.
Thank you very much, Minister. Yes, those of us who visited Taiwan, your beautiful country, we saw how vibrant the democracy is in your country and how this culture of democracy is omnipresent. So thank you for your reply. I see a fourth question, please.
Yes, I'm Olga Lomova from Prague. And I have, of course, we heard very clear positions, which I agree with. But I have a question regarding the position of China and vis-à-vis Ukraine and Ukraine vis-à-vis China. In media, we sometimes, in Western media, we sometimes come across a sort of, let's say, wishful thinking that China eventually may turn back on Russia and may be helpful for, well, let's say, for a good result of the war in Ukraine. And I wonder how much in Ukraine itself, not your personal opinion, Mr. Mereshko, but how much this kind of thinking does exist in Ukraine, a hope that perhaps China will change its mind and will maybe helping us in the future. This is my question. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for your question. So, Alexander,
thank you. Great
wishful
question.
Thinking.
The truth is that this illusion is widespread. If you read media in Ukraine, we still hope it's exactly what you say, wishful thinking. You know, when something happens between China and Russia, our media tend to magnify it, you know, to interpret it as a proof that there is a split. But in reality, I agree with my colleague that Russia is turning into junior partner of Russia and then vassal of Russia. And this is dangerous. This is exactly why China presents threat to Ukraine also in the long run. And we should be aware of this. We should be very sober and very realistic about this partnership. But again, I don't believe that there will be a serious split, at least in the near future, between China and Russia.
Thank you very much. Next, we have two questions. Please, ladies first, in the fourth row. Introduce yourself.
Sticking together. Sorry, should I start again? So Alice from the British Embassy. You've talked a lot today about democracies sticking together and staying unified, and sort of about kind of democracies and sort of the free world versus kind of others. But what about the countries that are sort of in the middle, that have equities on both sides? And I guess my question is, what more can we do to engage these countries in the middle and sort of convince them of where they need to go and kind of the threats that you set out?
The question is clear. The countries in between, which are not fighting democracies, unifying their forces, and not are with Russia and China, and could be part of our alliance. So how to address them? Who would like to reply? Minister Wu, maybe, if I can ask you.
Thank you very much for that question. And refer to me, it is a tough issue, especially coming from the Taiwanese perspective. When we look around the world, for those countries that show support to Ukraine, Most of the countries in Europe do support Ukraine. North American countries do support Ukraine, and some democracies in East Asia also support Ukraine. But if you look at most of the Southeast Asian countries, India, and etc., they may not be supporting Ukraine. And that might fall into the category of those countries who want to stand in the middle and try to get the benefit of the two sides. And this might be a difficult picture for Taiwan. We understand that Taiwan may be invaded by China in the future. And we hope it doesn't happen, but it happens. We certainly hope that the whole world can unite to deter the aggressor. But if there are still countries that think that they can stand in between and continue to get benefit from both sides, that will be a very sad development that we see. This is the reality of the world. There are some countries, they share their values with us, but there are some other countries that they, based on their national calculation, based on their own national interests, we cannot blame them on that. I think there are stories we can tell them, and we can continue to convince them that standing together with not showing any support to the victims may put them together as on the side of the aggressor. And I think that's probably the easiest way. And we can also tell them that the authoritarianism is expanding very quickly. And if they don't join the forces together to counter the expansion, the authoritarianism might come on them at some point.
Thank you very much, Mr. Minister, for your clear question. Before the next comes for raising the answer, just let me comment it briefly. I think that we see on Chinese side a different weight as it is in Russian side. We see with the Russian aggression raising prices globally, and this is engaging countries globally to take position. So I think that there is a difference between both of them because of the acuity that the impact of Russian aggression has worldwide on the prices of energy and so on, and commodities. Yes, please, we have an additional question. Could you just introduce yourself? Thank you.
Honorable Minister, distinguished speakers, I'm Martin Riebeck from Charles University, South Asian Studies Department. And my question is, how does the position of India towards the conflict in Ukraine fit into the conflict of values framework, sort of the global conflict of values framework? Because as the biggest democracy in the world, it seems to be closely allied to the interest of Europe and the United States and Japan and Taiwan in the Indo-Pacific. However, in the case of the Ukraine theater, it took a very different position, and it was not able, even for the closest Quad partners, to persuade India to be more strong about it than Russia. So how does India's position, also a big country who is looking for a multipolar world and is expressing that in multiple ways. So isn't that a bit of a crack in that framework? Thank you.
Thank you very much. So question is about India, and I think that this is for our Ukrainian friend, Alexander Mereshko.
In this regard, India is my pain, because I lived in India for 1 year, and I have tremendous respect for India, and I still can't figure out why they are not on our side. You know, I talked a bit on Indian TV channels, and I was trying to persuade them to support. Interesting thing that they understand what's going on. And exactly what you said, they portray themselves as the biggest democracy in the world. And logically, they should be on the side of democracy. They should be on the side of Ukraine. But there are some problems with their position, because I explain it, they sort of try to be neutral or even support Russia by buying Russian oil for economic reasons. For economic reasons. They are trying to have some profits from this situation, unfortunately. And second thing is, they still have this reminiscence or recollections regarding Soviet past. They associate Russia, contemporary Russia, which is typical totalitarian fascist regime, they associated with the Soviet Union, which used to help Indian National Congress. So they still have these illusions, unfortunately. But how to persuade them? To tell you the truth, I would like to rely here on our friends and allies, the UK and the United States. I think that they should help us to persuade India to take our side and to support democracy.
Thank you very much. The next on my list is the question by Martin Haller, who would like to ask Minister Wu. So Minister, be prepared, and next you can ask each of us here. Martin.
Thank you. I just wanted to take the advantage of Mr. Minister being with us, and I wanted to follow up on the excellent points made by Professor Mereshko about the possible lessons for Taiwan from the Ukrainian crisis, especially on the battlefield. And I would like to ask Minister Wu what the outside world, in his opinion, can do, what the democratic community can possibly do to prevent a similar crisis from happening in the Taiwan Strait. Thank you.
Mr. Minister, please.
Thank you very much, Dr. Hala, for the two excellent questions. Referring to Mr. Mereshko's outstanding remarks on those 5 points of deterrences against future possible invasion by China. On the military side, totally understand, and what the Ukrainian people have shown on the battlefield is also being felt here in Taiwan. Here in Taiwan, we are looking at the war very closely. We are trying to draw lessons for our own use. And first of all, we saw the territorial defense as something that is very important. And we are trying to prepare for the territorial defense type of strategy. We established an all-out defense mobilization agency responsible for mobilization. We also try to strengthen the training of our reserve. We also train our soldiers for the more decentralized, asymmetric type of warfare. We try to acquire asymmetric weapons from the United States. And I would like to say, once again, Ukraine has taught Taiwan a lot. And we're trying to learn from Ukraine. So this is probably the most important military aspect. But what we see in the case of Ukraine is that democracies are rallying around to support Ukraine. And we certainly hope that the democracies can also support Taiwan in the case of Chinese invasion. We've been trying very hard to reach out to different democracies to see if they are willing to support Taiwan. And in this regard, I must say that the Czech Republic, Slovakia, Lithuania, and etc., the Central and Eastern European countries, as well as some Western European countries, particularly the UK, speaking out in a very strong way in support of Taiwan, or to talking about the alliances to work together to provide Taiwan with the capability of self-defense. So I think the world opinion is shaping in a way that the support for Taiwan is coming stronger. And the second question is about how the European countries can do more for Taiwan. In this regard, I would like to point out that after the U.S. announced its Indo-Pacific strategy, there are more countries in the world that are having its Indo-Pacific strategy. Now the EU has Indo-Pacific strategy. Germany, the UK, even Netherlands have the Indo-Pacific strategy. Of course, France also has its Indo-Pacific strategy. I think this works in the benefit of the democracies, either in the West or in the East. And I think these kinds of strategies will allow the democracies in these two different parts of the world to work closer with each other. There are several different components to the Indo-Pacific strategy. On the economic side, on the security side, or on the cultural exchange side. And all of this bring the Indo-Pacific into the Western countries. And I think it works in a real good way of connecting East and West. And if we can connect more, I think it will be a very strong deterrence against a future possible invasion by the Chinese, and including in the Indo-Pacific strategy. We have seen Germany, the UK, France, and etc. send ships to conduct freedom of navigation operations in this part of the world. And I think that is a very strong actions to match up with the Indo-Pacific strategy. And I think these kinds of actions is an act of deterrence against the Chinese aggression. And we certainly hope that there can be more European countries adopt their own version of Indo-Pacific strategy, and they can come more to this part of the world and try to reach out to Taiwan or open arms to Taiwan, just like the Czech Republic. And by that time, we see more and more friends in Europe that are willing to engage Taiwan or to embrace Taiwan. I think Taiwan is going to be in a much safer place. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the clear reply that we take in our debate. And I am asking you if there are some additional questions. I saw some of you. Nope, I don't see anyone. Yes, please. Introduce briefly yourself. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Dinara, I'm from Prague. Well, I think my question is going to be to Mr. Alexander Mereshko. You mentioned about your solidarity when talking about holding and practicing democratic reforms and etc. So when we talk about democracy and everything that is regarding this one question, let me ask you about the event that took last week. Last week, after members of the United Nations of Human Rights Council voted, but just 2 votes against a debate on Xinjiang atrocities against genocide against Uyghur nations. Of the 11 countries abstaining, the biggest surprise was actually Ukraine, which was actually a very hard pill to swallow, I would say. Whose reliance, actually, Ukraine is highly relying on Western countries, and it's been pivotal in the struggle against Russian aggression. So my question is, why it happened? Even though actually Ukraine has changed its opinion, right, the day after, but it was not really counted. But the question is, why such things are happening? What made you change, or what made Ukraine make this stance? Thank you.
Thank you for the question. I think that the Human Rights Council is part of the places that we have to stick together. So, Alexander Mereshko, the floor is yours.
First of all, I'm deeply ashamed of this decision to abstain. Yes, and quite frankly, I was really furious when I found out. My reaction was quick. I expressed my view on Facebook, on Twitter, because I deeply disagree with this decision. I believe that our policy should be, we should be firmly on the side of the democratic world, because, and I gave interview to Radio Liberty about this case, by the way, and I expressed my feelings, very strong feelings about this. You know, the thing is that, as I said, we are fighting for democratic values, and we should be consistent. We should be firmly on the side of the democratic world. We should support and defend the rights of the Uyghurs. We should openly speak out that what's happening in Xinjiang is genocide. And we should do everything what we can do. I'm trying to do what I can in the Council of Europe. I came yesterday, actually, from the Parliamentary Assembly, and a day before I raised the issue of the genocide of Uyghurs, asking the question to the Secretary General. So I'm personally determined to support the cause of Uyghurs, and I think that, again, Ukraine should be on the side, should be supporting the Uyghurs. It's, to me, there is no doubt about this. So I'm with you, and I'm sure that many Ukrainians support Uyghurs. Thank you.
Thank you very much. This is how democracy works. So thank you for the very clear-cut position and your engagement. We have time for last 2 questions, and then we will start to wrap up. Do you have someone of you willingness to raise hand and address some of the questions? I don't see. Maybe Alexander would like to ask. Please.
I just wanted to add that what we're doing, me and my colleagues, we're trying to raise awareness in Ukraine, among Ukrainian people about the tragedy of Uyghurs. We have already, we want to translate into Ukrainian the book written, titled No Escape by Nuri Turkel. Yes, we want to translate it into Ukrainian and publish it in Ukraine. We are starting a campaign, you know, to make Ukrainians realize how important it is.
Thank you. So, last question. Maybe Martin Hala has some.
Well, if I may push a little more into this very interesting and I think very important question. So does the vote at the Council reflect the sort of illusions in the Ukraine, or was it more a matter of real politics? Because, of course, you know, China being the permanent member of the Security Council, you know, can throw its weight around, and you know, in the war situation in the Ukraine, of course, this is kind of important. So, how do you interpret it? How do you explain it for yourself?
The translation into Ukrainian.
Yes, to tell you the truth, I don't have any insider information about what happened. I can only guess. But I think that it was not well thought of decision, and we didn't think about consequences, because this decision caused moral indignation, and there was immediate reaction. We tried to correct this mistake immediately, which is a good sign. But at the same time, I think that we still have some illusions regarding China. One of the myths is that if we, quote, provoke China by any of our actions regarding Taiwan, that China might start helping Russia by providing military and technical assistance. This is a widespread argument right now. I don't believe in this argument, because I'm sure that what really prevents China from helping Russia is not position of Ukraine. It doesn't matter what we do. What really matters, China is afraid of sanctions by the United States. This is the best guarantee. And maybe this argument, this misperception, was the reason why Ukraine abstained. But I don't know. It's just my guess, my hypothesis.
Thank you for the perfect frame of this topic. So I don't see any hand. I close the debate, and I would like to turn back to our panelists to make final remarks. How would you like to close this session? What you would like to recommend that we develop in the further panels? And what is maybe the lesson learned you take with you? I first would like to ask Minister Wu, if I can, to start with his remarks.
Thank you very much, Chairman Fischer. I learned a lot from today's session. And we also try to learn from the past. And I think the most immediate past for us is August this year. Right after Speaker Pelosi visited Taiwan, China just started that big round of military exercises around Taiwan. We look at the reason why China would do that. China does not want Taiwan to have any friend. And therefore, they try to intimidate Taiwan. They try to intimidate those people who want to come and visit Taiwan. But would it be the best if the visitors stop coming to Taiwan? No, I think that will be the situation China wants to see. And therefore, the conclusion is that we need friends, especially at the time when China is putting more pressure on us. And we would like to invite you to visit Taiwan, just like when we welcomed Senate President Fischer visited Taiwan in 2020. We would like to welcome more countries, more officials, more congressmen, more senators are coming to visit Taiwan to see for your eyes what society Taiwan is. And this is also something that connects to what Mr. Marashko just said. People might feel that they don't want to get China upset. But if you look at the past few months or 12 years, after Senate President Winston Churchill visited Taiwan, China got very upset. But is the Czech Republic worse off? The reason is no. If you look at the case of Lithuania, China tried to impose some economic sanctions against Lithuania. I think they have pulled off. And I think the international assistance came to Lithuania. Taiwan is also trying to provide some assistance as well. So I think this is very clear. Do not be afraid of China getting upset. And sometimes we can have this logic. Whenever China starts getting upset at you, you might consider yourself doing the right thing. So I would just go back to the most fundamental. I would like to invite more of you to come and visit Taiwan, any country at all. And I know I personally would hope to soon welcome Mr. Marashko and his colleagues to visit Taiwan. Thank you.
Mr. Minister, the message is clear. Thank you very much for the message that you highlighted, that we have to take the lessons from the August drills when People's Republic of China wanted to intimidate not only visitors of Taiwan, but also Taiwan itself. And this is probably the root of fear to upset China that blocks our creativity. And the final message that you propose is to have more of us to visit Taiwan. We especially invite to Alexander Mereshko and his committee. I think that we take note. We will follow preparations of this visit, and thank you very much for your generous invitation. Next, who would like to wrap up? Alexander.
Just one phrase. Nowadays, I think each decent politician and each true freedom fighter should visit two places, Kiev and Taipei.
So we have additional invitation also to Kiev. Thank you very much. We take note. And maybe without further ado, Martin Haller.
So the expression democratic solidarity was mentioned a couple of times here. So I think I would like to end with an appeal to deepen this democratic solidarity, not only because it's a value in itself, but because this is the one thing that can possibly prevent another war from happening. It's a powerful deterrent.
Maybe this is the best quote for ending of this panel. So in order to prevent any armed conflict, we have to create and continue to create this solidarity, this democratic solidarity. So, ladies and gentlemen, dear friends, we have now 60 minutes of pause for lunch, so this is generous. Just take this opportunity to exchange during this pause, and I would like to thank all other panelists, Minister Joseph Wu, first of all, Alexander Mereshko, chairperson of the Committee on Foreign Relations, and Martin Haller, founder of Sinopsis. Please join me in applauding. Thank you very much. Mr. Minister, thank you very much and have a good day. Thank you.
Good afternoon. I think we're ready to start the second session. This one is a logical extension on the first one in the morning. We will be talking about the changing, or should we say evolving, security situation in both of the macro regions that we have discussed in the morning, the Euro-Atlantic and the Indo-Pacific. I have a few remarks about that, but I'll probably save them for the discussion, and maybe we just go straight to our distinguished panelists, because we have an excellent panel that combines a lot of expertise to discuss exactly these issues. So let's start with the ladies. So we have Yuka Koshino, a researcher with the International Institute for Strategic Studies. To her left, we have Martin Považil, who is the Deputy Minister of Foreign Affairs in charge of security policies and multilateral affairs. And we are also lucky to have Jamie Fly, the President and Chief Executive Officer at the Radio Free Europe, Radio Liberty. So I would ask each of the panelists to make a presentation of about 10 to 15 minutes, even 20 is okay. And then we'll go straight to the Q&A session. So Yuka-san, may I please ask you to start with your presentation? Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much for a kind introduction, Martin, and thank you very much for having me. It's my honor to be here and speak today. So today I would like to offer Japan's perspective on how the strategic environment is changing in the Indo-Pacific region due to the rise of China and the war in Ukraine, and how the security architecture is evolving to address the challenges arising from the rise of China. And thirdly, where Japan and the region's interests are converging with the Euro-Atlantic region, and how the two countries can further expand cooperation. So first of all, how is the Indo-Pacific region's strategic environment changing? To begin with, the Indo-Pacific region has become the center of gravity of geopolitics over the past decades, as it has become the source of, well, firstly, from an economic perspective, the region has become an economic engine of the world's fastest growing region, now consists of 60% of global economy in terms of GDP and 60% of global population. Secondly, the region's security environment has also deteriorated significantly over the past decades as the countries began channeling its economic growth to modernize its militaries. According to the IISS military balance from 2021, the region represented 25% of global defense spending just in 2020. And 2/3 of the from the defense spending increase came from China and the United States. So in particular, the rise of China and its military buildup has been really the driver for the shifting global balance of power in the region. The Chinese military modernization efforts, revisionist political and economic agenda, and territorial ambitions in the East China Sea and South China Seas, including efforts to achieve reunification with Taiwan, has become much more prominent after Xi Jinping became president in 2012, further raising geopolitical tensions in the region. In 2017, the then US administration declared that it is in strategic competition with China. And this competition has intensified from not just military, but beyond military, from the economic and technological domains. In the realms of military, on top of the efforts to increase its nuclear arsenals, China has been increasing conventional capabilities, or even air and naval capabilities, amphibious assault capabilities, which resulted in expanding the military gap between Taiwan. And investments in military high-tech, like the 5G networks, artificial intelligence, autonomous technologies, big data, or hypersonic weapon systems, and also the use of new domains to fight asymmetrical warfare in space, cyber, and electromagnetic spectrum are concerning and are beginning to challenge the deterrence created by the United States and its regional alliances. So China has also become a geo-economic power, actively using economic power to achieve its strategic interests, such as the use of economic coercion to insist its political claims and territorial claims. And it is also launching various initiatives to shape the future course of economic growth in the region, which will become the economic growth of the world as well, to its favor through the Belt and Road initiatives, or the Digital Silk Road initiatives, and the global data security initiatives to promote data protectionism, or to set rules in their favor. And its civil-military fusion strategy makes Chinese firms link with the PLA, and the Chinese access to foreign markets, technology, and talent risk through initiatives such as the 1,000 Talents Plans or cyber-enabled economic espionages. And they are more concerning as they could accelerate Chinese modernization plans. So finally, on top of this China challenge, we cannot forget in the broader kind of Indo-Pacific region security challenges or East Asia, there's North Korea, and of course Russia's presence in East Asia as well. The rapid development of nuclear and ballistic missile capabilities and provocative testing activities by North Korea has continued, and most recently, North Korean missiles flew over Japan for the first time since 2017, just last week, raising concerns in Japan. And Russia also has been increasing presence around Japan through joint exercises with China, so there's growing Sino-Russia security cooperation, especially after the war in Ukraine, and that has become a major concern in East Asia. So this is a strategic and economic operating environment for the countries in the Indo-Pacific, and the reason why the war in Ukraine and the challenges to the status quo in Ukraine is a shared concern by the Indo-Pacific countries. So how has the security architecture evolved in the Indo-Pacific region? Firstly, it is very important to emphasize that Asia has taken a very different historical path from Europe due to divergence in history, culture, religions, and political systems and economic development models. So there's no NATO-like multilateral security arrangements. In the post-war period and throughout the Cold War, security was managed through a network of U.S. bilateral alliances with Japan, South Korea, Australia, Thailand, and Philippines, and in Southeast Asia, ASEAN and ASEAN-led institutions were central political entity to discuss regional security and political affairs multilaterally, but they were forums rather than formal institutions like the European Union. And India was non-aligned during the most of the period. The rise of China in the 21st century were drivers to link these sub-regional groupings, including India, to develop a more multi-layered architecture to balance the rise of China. Former Japanese Prime Minister Abe's famous speech in New Delhi in 2007, the confluence of the two seas emphasized the link of maritime democracies in Indo-Pacific to uphold the rules-based order. So since then, I would call that somewhat bifurcated security architecture has developed. So one, in the security dimension, the US allied countries, especially in East Asia and the Pacific, began making efforts to enhance the alliances itself and also to network these alliances to enhance interoperability between these alliances. And then the US-Japan alliance, for instance, has been the cornerstone of security in the Indo-Pacific region, as Japan being in the front line of the security threats that I mentioned, China, North Korea, and Russia. And so Japan has enhanced investments in domestic capabilities, but also enhanced relationship in defense cooperation with the United States. And the alliance's role has now expanded from focusing just on domestic defending Japan to defending the region, and then also for the purpose for the global security. It is quite astonishing how far Japan has come, given its constitutional constraints over the past decade. A lot of reforms, such as establishing the National Security Council, adopting the first national security strategy in 2013, and reinterpreting the Constitution in 2014 to allow collective self-defense in 2014, and upgrading the defense guidelines with the United States to enhance cooperation from peacetime to contingencies, and also in the new domains in 2015. And these were all done just under Prime Minister Abe's administration. And the Kishida government now is reviewing the Japanese security and defense strategies, and they're expecting to release them by the end of the year. But Japanese public support and political momentum to upgrade Japan's defense has even increased after the war in Ukraine. And the recent military exercises that a lot of the speakers, as mentioned in the first session, also contributed to these momentums. Japan-Australia relations also has strengthened through the trilateral US-Japan-Australia partnerships and through the quadrilateral security dialogue. And now the US, Japan, and Australia has agreed on the reciprocal access agreement in 2022. Although not a formal ally, India has also become much more comfortable to align to counter Chinese ambitions due to the rising concerns in the Indian Ocean, especially in the maritime space, but also the 2020 border clash. And analysts have claimed that this has really triggered a fundamental shift in the nature of India-China relationship. Against this backdrop, the Quad has been reinvigorated, and the Malabar exercise has included Australia for the first time in 2020. And also this Quad is also expanding to address the geoeconomic challenges as well. The US-Japan ROK trilateral cooperation has also been strained due to political issues, but also has been used to address North Korea challenges, and especially between the militaries and intelligences. And advocates of the trilateral relations for the three countries are now working behind the scenes to expand cooperation to address the China challenges, including the economic dimension, but the effort has still been difficult. Most recently in 2021, AUKUS was announced to pursue joint capabilities development between US, Australia, and UK for nuclear power submarine development, and also in advanced capabilities like cyber, AI, quantum, hypersonics. But this institution is quite exclusive, aiming at speed. So Japan is not joining, Japan is not part of this trilateral defense cooperation, but there are also parallel research projects on hypersonics with the United States, for instance. The region also has a more open and exclusive diplomatic and economic construct developed in the region after former Prime Minister Abe launched a free and open Indo-Pacific vision in 2016 to protect the rules-based liberal order. The three stated pillars were to enhance rules-based economic order through trade agreements like the CPTPP. After US withdrew, Japan took the leadership. Second, to promote economic connectivity in the region through physical and digital infrastructure developments. And also, thirdly, on the security dimension, to cooperate against common security threats, protecting and also ensuring the freedom of navigation, addressing climate changes. Security issues raised at FOIP are more focused on common security, as I mentioned, but also as a longtime economic and political supporter of the ASEAN construct as well, Japan also put ASEAN centrality at the core of this multilateral, and then it also put multilateral security platforms like the ASEAN Pro 3 or ASEAN Defense Ministers Meeting Plus for the security construct as well. As the principle showed, FOIP has unstated strategic goals to counter China's economic and strategic influence in the region through the values-based approach of free and openness, but also gluing the United States in the region under uncertainty of US commitment in the Indo-Pacific region, especially around Southeast Asia, and by linking India, the fastest growing democratic country in the world. By doing so, it aimed at enhancing regional unity and regional resiliency against economic and political coercion, and to undermine China's wedging strategy, which is a strategy often used to weaken the ASEAN unity through coercion and economic incentives. So since the launch, the elements of FOIP was resonated by regional countries, but also countries beyond the region, like the European countries. And how are the security interests between Asia and Europe converging, and how can the two regions address the common challenges? So this is the final section of my speech. Sorry, it's long, but so first, especially from around 2020, the pandemic, concerns on China and Europe began to converge with like-minded partners in Asia, such as Japan and Australia, and East Asia. And diplomatic challenges like China's wolf warrior diplomacy, use of disinformation, pressures on democratic values in Hong Kong, human rights abuses in Xinjiang, and the use of economic coercion against countries that raises concerns on these issues were triggers for countries to review political and economic links with China. And the economic security challenges, such as supply chain disruptions in health, medical and strategic goods, such as semiconductor, most are also triggers for the review in China policy as well, and also the growing awareness regarding the importance of the Taiwan. The interests are further converging after Russia's war on Ukraine in February this year. China's support to Russia in this war further raised concerns on the Sino-Russia links, which reinforced the framework of competition between democracies and autocracies that we've heard today, this morning, and its impact on European security by challenging the rules-based order, as NATO's strategic concept highlighted this year. Against this backdrop, the European Union and European countries, like the Czech Republic, has become much more active in raising concerns of security in Taiwan Straits and supporting the Taiwan's democratic values. On the other hand, the war also showed that Japan is taking much tougher response against Russia's invasion in Ukraine and to align with the Euro-Atlantic to show solidarity in economic realms through sanctions and politically through institutions like G7 and NATO after attending NATO summit in June for the first time as Prime Minister in 2022. So this diplomatic activism is a stark difference from its response since 2014. The Kishida administration has framed this war as unilateral attack against the status quo that is unacceptable to defend the rules-based order, and that allowing such an attack has potential to lead to other such attempts. By saying that Ukraine today could be East Asia tomorrow, Japan alluded to a possible attack by China to invade Taiwan in the future, and has attempted to play a bridging role between the Euro-Atlantic and Asia to create unity against any efforts to change the status quo in the Indo-Pacific region. And it's also committed to substantially increasing defense capabilities. But beyond East Asia, it is also important to know that there are other sub-regions in the region that are taking more nuanced approaches to the positions, as we've heard this morning around India, and whether India could be aligned on issues on Russia, and although India has been more comfortable in aligning on issues on China, it has been quite ambivalent in terms of Russia, in terms of because of its historical and links with Russia and from a political and economic standpoint as well. And on Taiwan as well, India is taking a more ambivalent stand on Taiwan as it faces its own border challenges, and they're worried about the coercive measures that China might take in its territory when it raises issues on Taiwan. Southeast Asia is also another sub-region that requires close attention, and poll surveys show that Chinese presence is increasing strategically and economically in the region, and the region also expects the United States to be engaged in the region as a counterweight to China. But there's also this credibility issues of the United States that has been challenged over the past years. Even after the administration changed from Trump to a Biden administration, it has not returned to the CPTPP trade agreement. Instead, it launched the economic Indo-Pacific economic framework, but without market accesses. And also on war in Ukraine, more support towards Ukraine compared to 2014 in the region as well. But joining Western sanctions could be difficult because it's also facing its own economic resiliencies that come from these sanctions. So understanding the logic and dynamics of these sub-regions are also key to respond to the longer-term competition between US and China. So bearing in this mind of these regional differences, I would just like to end my remarks by mentioning two opportunity areas for cooperation. One, we've heard a lot this morning, but really to demonstrate and strengthen unity between Europe and the Indo-Pacific and creating solidarity to counter against any changes to the rules-based order and the status quo, and add cost to Chinese actions towards any kind of contingencies in East Asia. Secondly, economic isolation in China would be different from what we have seen so far in terms of attempts to isolate Russia. But what we can do now from the peacetime is to think about how we are going to cooperate to enhance economic links or efforts to diversify economic links with China from the peacetime so that we could be more aligned in a time of contingency. I'll end my comments here. Thank you.
Thanks so much, Yuka, for this excellent overview of this situation. I think many of the topics we will hear more about during this session. I particularly liked how you sort of counterpose the bifurcation of security situation in the Euro-Atlantic and the Indo-Pacific, but also the convergence of security interests between these two macro regions. So obviously we have a dynamic tensions between these two trends, bifurcation and convergence. Before we move further, just a technical remark. For those of you who are like me and have sometimes difficulty hearing because there's an echo in this hall, it actually helps to put on the earphones. There's one channel is for the original audio input that goes straight from the microphone, so it actually helps. So, for those of you who may have difficulty hearing. Now, I would like to ask Martin Považil, the Czech Deputy Minister of Foreign Affairs for Security Policies and Multilateral Affairs, to give us his take.
Thank you very much, Martin, and thanks for having me, for inviting me to this prestigious conference. I feel really flattered, though I do not consider myself an expert in Asian affairs. I have been, though, dealing for a number of years with security in the transatlantic area and security in general, so I hope that I will be able to complement those excellent remarks from my colleague from the Japanese or Asian perspective. I'd like to start off with picking up the topic Yuka mentioned concerning the difference in security architecture in Europe or in the transatlantic area on the one hand, and the security architecture or maybe lack of security architecture in the Asia-Pacific or Indo-Pacific area. In the transatlantic area, we have been relying on what I would call a three-pillar security architecture. One is intra-European, that makes sure that there is peace within Europe. And that's a lesson we drew from two world wars in the past century, establishing and developing over time the European Union, which today certainly is much more than a security project, but was initiated and continues to be a safeguard of intra-European peace. The second pillar, the second cornerstone, is NATO and the alliance with the US. That makes sure that Europe and America, and Canada certainly, can work effectively and efficiently as a deterrence and defense actor. That, like the European project, has worked perfectly well so far. Throughout all the years of the Cold War, and even after the collapse of the Iron Curtain, we could rely on deterrence and defense provided by NATO and the alliance with America, the transatlantic bond, that it continues to work. And certainly it's much more important even today. The third pillar of European, or if you like, pan-European security is the Organization of the Security and Cooperation in Europe. Dates back to the mid-70s and relates to the Helsinki process, but over time evolved into a mechanism of collective cooperative security cutting across the borders of both the European Union or the intra-European security safeguard and across the borders of NATO, that is, across the border of deterrence and defense of the transatlantic space. The OSCE worked reasonably well, providing a number of instruments ranging from arms control mechanisms and tools to confidence-building measures between and among the state parties of the OSCE. So this is the what I would, roughly say a very schematic snapshot of what the security architecture in the transatlantic space looks, or maybe today it's more appropriate to say looked like until recently. Now, Yuka mentioned that the Asian or Asia-Pacific situation is very different. It traditionally relied only on bilateral security or alliance agreements of individual countries with mainly the United States. And it's interesting to observe that regional cooperation initiatives in Asia were driven basically by economic and trade interests in the very beginning, and it's only in the last decade, I would say, that some security elements appear within the agendas of individual regional cooperation organizations or mechanisms or bodies. I'm pretty sure that this is a trend to continue, because we do see that the security concerns that we have as a phenomenon emanating from the Asia-Pacific region are perceived not only by the rest of the world, but by the regional actors themselves, and probably even in a stronger way than we do. Now, what situation do we face today? In both regions, we have two revisionist powers that basically, and maybe it's not diplomatic to say so, abused or misused the disposition of the free world to tie them into the international rules-based system in an attempt to accommodate their growing individual interests. We expected that both Russia and China would change over time within the process as we tie them into the international system more intimately. We expected that by admitting both China and Russia into the WTO, they will start playing increasingly by the rules of the WTO. Did it happen? Well, we know it didn't. And I'm mentioning WTO only as an example. In Europe, at NATO, we developed a strong cooperation partnership mechanism with Russia on security and defense issues, the NATO-Russia Council, based on the Founding Act adopted in the 1990s. And for a certain period of time, it seemed it might work, but over time, it degenerated into a dead mechanism that no longer is functional, and we at NATO have discussions whether the the founding act has any meaning to us at all and any future. In the EU, we made a big effort to develop a cooperation mechanism with Russia, creating those spaces of cooperation. It was 5 of them, in an attempt to tie them into the agenda of the EU and make sure that Russia stays on a collaborative, cooperative track with us. All of these attempts failed, and what happened instead we see today. And I think we could, others could, more expertly enumerate a number of attempts to tie in China into the international network. I mentioned the example of the WTO, which to me is the most blatant example, but certainly there is more. Now, what we saw in recent past in both of the regions, a brutal violation of international commitments and the internationally accepted, respected rules that are normally considered sacred. The dismantling of Hong Kong's autonomy and, in fact, a full-fledged integration of Hong Kong into People's Republic of China, irrespective of the provisions of the agreement between the United Kingdom and People's Republic of China. And in Europe, for a 3rd time, we witness a brutal violation of international rules by Russia, using military force and developing into annexation of sovereign territory of another country. So I do not want to compare those or measure the gravity of those 2 examples, but I'm pointing to the very identical substance of those approaches of both Russia and China. And what does it mean? It is a painfully tangible proof of the fact that these 2 countries are in a process of exerting their influence through the use of power, that they want to project power into zones or spheres of influence, irrespective of international standards and obligations. And that means that we are back in a period of geopolitical power competition across the globe. And I'm pretty sure that this week's vote in the UN General Assembly in favor of the annexation referenda resolution that was adopted, I think, this last Tuesday, is a clear evidence that the international community is well aware of the fact in what kind of a danger the international order and the rules-based world is, what challenges, risks, and threats we are we are facing. And again, Yuka mentioned that, or alluded to it in her introductory remarks, the way we face the Russian aggression on Ukraine is a precedent for the rest of the world. China is watching very closely what Russia does and what we, the free world, do. Consequently, if we do not win this, it will carry with it devastating consequences across the globe. On the other hand, if we will be able to make sure that Ukraine restores its sovereignty and territorial integrity, it will be a good basis for restoration of the world order and rules-based world in general. So we are, I'm pretty sure, at a moment of inflection when we really do play with the future of the world. My last remark, or last but one, is that I'm really glad that both in the transatlantic area and in the Indo-Pacific area, we are increasingly aware of the need to cooperate and to solidarize with one another. Because whatever happens here in this space has a direct influence in the other space, and it goes both ways. That is the reason why even a small Central European country like Czech Republic takes ever more interest in the Indo-Pacific region. And on the other hand, you know, we can feel that a number of Asian or Indo-Pacific partners take an increasing interest not only in Europe or in the transatlantic area in general, but also in the Czech Republic, small Central European country. And this, you know, becomes quite clearly articulated through a number of initiatives. Let me mention that for the very first time, 4 Asian partners or Indo-Pacific partners were invited to NATO summit earlier this year, and that the need for cooperation is reflected even in the final communique of NATO, and the challenge of China in the very strategic concept that was adopted on that occasion. I mentioned NATO, but the same applies to the European Union, that again takes ever more interest in the Asia-Pacific region, and vice versa. Let me conclude with 3 elements that I consider as the most important to guarantee, to safeguard our security. First, we must make sure that we all, every and each of us, have adequate defense capabilities. Without them, we are defenseless. Secondly, it is essential that we develop credible and strong alliances with partners that are credible and that we know are ready to help. And thirdly, we need to work together to have legal and political guarantees from others, and make sure that they are not eroded, that is the UN Charter, the principles of international public law, treaty commitments, etc., and I could continue. Certainly, ideally, the combination of all these three elements is a solid basis for a safe and secure existence of our countries and the world in general. And it is up to all of us to make sure that we keep all three of them at maximum level. And in that, a cooperation between European and Indo-Pacific like-minded free countries is essential. Thank you.
Thanks, Martin, for this very powerful summary. And thanks also for pointing out the magnitude of the challenge that we're facing these days. And thanks also for talking about the frustrated expectations. It looks like we have made some wrong assumptions on the way here, and this is one of the reasons why we're in the situation that we're facing right now. So after this view from Europe, I would like to ask Jamie Fly to give us another view from, well, I wouldn't even say from the US, because you're a citizen of the globe, so it really will be a global view. Please, Jamie.
Thanks, thanks, Martin, and thanks to Sinopsis for inviting me. I'm a big fan of Sinopsis. I've been for many, many years and benefited from Martin and his team's expertise. And it's great to be here with Martin too. We have RFE has an incredibly close relationship with the Czech Foreign Ministry, who has been fantastic working with us here in Prague for decades. And especially now, we're involved in a lot of joint projects together. And getting to what I'm going to end on a little bit, I've always been impressed to see the stand that the Czech Republic has taken in support of media freedom, which I'll talk about towards the end of my remarks. I have to say one other thing to start, which is I have not been in this room for about a year and a half. And I must note the last time I was here today has made me think about my friend Vladimir Kara-Murza, who's currently sitting in a Russian prison, because I was here with Vladimir when he received an award actually from the Czech Senate in this very room. So I just had to note that I'm thinking about him here as we get this panel and conversation going on. And he's a Russian activist who I think even has visited Taiwan on several occasions and always been impressed by Taiwanese democracy. I'm going to talk initially about three things that I'm a little bit concerned about when I see some of the emerging debate about strategic competition vis-a-vis Russia and China in recent months. And most of these, I'd say, are probably a critique of some of the US debate. I actually don't think there's as many of these strains of thinking here in Europe. And I also should caveat that by saying, as Martin noted, I only travel to the US every few months. I spend most of my time here or traveling across Eurasia. So this is my perspective from afar. But it's in part perspective because, as Martin knows, before I came to Radio Free Europe, I was involved for several years in trying to promote US-European dialogue about Asia, about how to tackle the challenge of China. And I've seen some of these narratives that I'll describe pop up as we've seen Russia's invasion of Ukraine in recent months. So the three that I'm going to talk about are this narrative that we see that even the crisis in Ukraine, as horrific as it is, it's really just a distraction. I think actually some good friends of mine who I respect as scholars actually wrote a foreign affairs piece right before the war where they actually said Ukraine is a distraction, was the title of the piece. So that's the first narrative I wanted to discuss. The second is a narrative that we see emerge quite a bit, and it creeps even into some official US documents where this competition that we're engaged in with Russia and China is a black and white competition between authoritarianism on one side and democracy on the other, and I wanted to explore that a little bit and talk about that. And then the final temptation I sometimes see from scholars working in this space and those engaged in debates in the US, and I think a little bit here in Europe, is that these competitions will only be won on the battlefield. It's only a military strategic competition because I believe firmly, and otherwise I wouldn't be running Radio Free Europe and wasting my time doing so if I believed otherwise, that the key to these competitions ultimately, even though they have a variety of different economic, military competitions, the key ultimately is at the people, at the person level, winning hearts and minds. It's in the information space, which is incredibly important to both of the competitions that this conference is talking about. So I wanted to just tackle those three first, and then I'll have some final thoughts. On the first misunderstanding, which is that Ukraine and Russia more broadly is a distraction, you see this certainly playing out in some of the debate about US military resources and priorities. And again, this is not the Biden administration's perspective by any means. I think they've rejected this. But you see it creeping into some of the congressional debates. You see it in the scholarly debate. And it gets down to where the US can invest its military resources, where it should deploy personnel. Some of this is an extension of the Trump administration's views about withdrawing US military personnel from Europe, focusing on the Indo-Pacific and redeploying those assets there. You see a version of this narrative in the debate about, well, even if Ukraine is a problem, why is it necessarily the US that again has to lead? Why shouldn't it become an extension of a broader European security challenge, which Martin talked about? Why is this not a challenge for US allies in Europe to take the lead on? And why can't we step back and push our allies forward, given that they're more directly threatened by this? And you also see a variation of this narrative in the conversation about what type of threat Russia poses to European security, certainly to US security. And you even have seen some of these arguments over the last 7 months since the start of this war. So this is not even just something that you would hear before Russia invaded Ukraine, but even now. Ultimately, Russia's going to lose, ultimately because of demographic decline, because of the collapse of the Russian economy. How concerned do we really need to be about Russia? Isn't it a manageable challenge over time compared to what we're potentially facing with Beijing in the long term? These are some of the sorts of themes that you continue to see in a bit of the US debate. And again, I don't want to exaggerate the influence of these narratives, but they are there, and you see them pop up, even though we clearly have a lot of evidence to the contrary. My responses to those are, and really Yuka and Martin stole a lot of my thunder. I completely agree that the Russia challenge and the China challenge at this point are inextricably linked. Ukraine winning and defeating Russia, I think, is key ultimately. A key step forward, increases the likelihood that China and Beijing can be deterred from taking action against Taiwan. And I think Ukraine's actions over the last 7 months should serve as a warning to Beijing. You've seen Ukraine when many expected that the government would run away or be toppled in 48 hours. You've seen the resilience. You've seen the resilience of the government. You've seen the resilience of the Ukrainian people. You've seen militarily the ability of this country to stand up and to fight back. I also think a warning has been delivered, hopefully, by the West's resilience, by NATO's resilience, which again, I think probably many, certainly Vladimir Putin probably never thought that NATO would respond necessarily in the full way that it has. I assume Beijing was probably a little bit skeptical as well about the US and European commitment to follow through on their words with real actions. And the continued commitment thus far, which obviously will need to extend for some time, despite the economic pressures, despite record levels of inflation and rising energy costs here in the Czech Republic and through much of Europe, and to a lesser extent in the United States, the fact that governments continued to stand and have thus far continued to stand strong, I think that's a pretty powerful warning to Beijing. The other piece that I think we're missing right now, which is very early days, is what are the long-term consequences of Russia's invasion of Ukraine for Russian society and for Putin's grip on power. There, I think we're only beginning to see the repercussions inside Russia, especially in the last several weeks. You've been able to see this more with the response to mass mobilization and conscription, as hundreds of thousands of young Russian men have decided that they want to, rather than go serve in a war that they do not support, that they are going to flee the country. You've started to see the posturing within different camps, even within the Kremlin, trading blame for the mess in Ukraine. And we don't know, obviously, exactly where that will go. At Radio Free Europe, given our history, we're always optimistic and hopeful about what might follow. Like I said, it's still early days. But if there are consequences for Putin himself, if there are consequences for his system of governance, that will be a powerful warning to Beijing about this potential for overreach, including some potential overreach in a Taiwan scenario. And so I think we just need to acknowledge that those two competitions, and right now the competition with Russia is playing out most directly in the military space, in the war, and the fate of the war. Those two competitions are intertwined and are linked. And I think, like I said, we've made a lot of progress in the last 7 months, but there's still a long ways to go. The second misunderstanding that I've seen pop up in some of the commentary, and this extends even beyond this war, is the framing of this competition, these competitions, as purely black and white democracies versus authoritarians. And I feel strongly about this because of where we operate at Radio Free Europe. Our sister network, Radio Free Asia, broadcasts to East Asia, including providing news and information to the Chinese people. We operate across Eurasia, basically from Belarus to Afghanistan. And so those are the places where, although I miss my days traveling to East Asia, which I was doing before I came to RFE, I travel mostly in that in-between region between Europe and China at this point, across Central Asia, the Balkans, Central Europe. And as I look across that region, which is really the center of both of these competitions, set aside the military domain, but you look at Russian influence, you look at growing Chinese influence, that is the region where that influence is playing out on a daily basis. The choices that those countries and those either authoritarian, quasi-authoritarian regimes or fledgling democracies face are not between the Beijing or Moscow model and democracy, unfortunately. There's a middle ground that we've allowed to develop. We've allowed the space for it to develop over many years. And when I say we, I think it's Washington, partly neglect from Washington, but also neglect from Brussels and Europe, where we've allowed this middle zone, a gray zone, where these countries and regimes are never forced to make a real choice. Even some of them as they move towards EU accession, even some of them as they've joined the EU, ultimately have not been forced to give up all of the aspects of a kleptocratic regime that some of which they've learned from Moscow, some of which is also being supported by Beijing. It's in part the economic model. It's in part this veneer of democracy that often exists in some of these countries where elections may happen, but behind the scenes, the real stakeholders, those who ultimately are in power, sometimes it's organized crime, which also is exploited by Moscow or Beijing, that is allowed to operate. In the information space, these are media environments that are not entirely free, but instead are often tied directly in one way or another to those in power. And again, that extends across the region. It's not just the Central Asian authoritarians I'm talking about. It's a situation in the Balkans, in the EU aspirants there. It's a situation inside the EU in a number of countries here in Central Europe, where I now spend a lot of time because Radio Free Europe has returned to Bulgaria, Romania, and Hungary in the last 3 years because of backsliding, because of a decline in media freedom. And that gray zone has been, like I said, allowed to operate because we haven't set clear standards, we haven't held governments accountable, even as we've tried to get to broaden the club and to bring them into the fold. And so I think that is a significant challenge, which a framing of just democracy versus authoritarianism does not quite grasp. We need to have tools and need to provide more incentives for countries to truly make the transition to democracy in all of its forms. And there, I would say, I think there are some positive signs, partly because of the way that Moscow and Beijing have misplayed their hands. You certainly see it with the disastrous invasion of Ukraine, and I see it when I travel to Central Asia and talk to those governments who won't quite say certain things. Some are saying things publicly, if you look at Tokayev in Kazakhstan, but privately they'll go even further about how concerned they are about Russia's actions. And similarly with China, in some of these countries, China has been sloppy, it's been careless about its engagement. It's creating openings because it's alienating the publics in these countries against their own government sometimes for their ability or their willingness to cut deals, corrupt deals often with Beijing. So I think that's created an opening if Washington and Brussels and European capitals are willing to take advantage of it. The final misunderstanding that I'll talk a little bit more about is this issue of how the competition is playing out. And there, I think Ukraine might have the potential to mislead, because clearly in this case right now, Ukraine winning this war is the most important part of that competition. But even if Ukraine is to have military success on the battlefield as it's had, the Russian people need to know about that success, otherwise the war will not be won. For ultimately Vladimir Putin to change his views about this war and how much he is committed to this war, there needs to be more internal pressure inside Russia. And so the war will only be won through information ultimately about what is actually happening on the battlefield. There, the Ukrainians, as everyone can see on a daily basis, are doing an amazing job. We and other independent media, despite the fact that we're targeted more than ever inside Russia, are still operating at historic levels in terms of our audiences. So again, there's some positive stories. But beyond Ukraine, we still face a significant challenge across this area of competition that I described across Eurasia, because we have not invested in the same level of capabilities. And there, where they're not trying to justify a, quite frankly, crazy invasion to their publics, the tools are much more subtle, and the Russians and Chinese are showing that they're still willing to devote significant resources to spreading propaganda and disinformation, both to justify their own actions, but to target those in those societies who want to promote change and who want their countries to be truly independent of foreign interference. So what I advocate always, beyond the work of Radio Free Europe and Deutsche Welle and the BBC and other international public broadcasters, we need all governments, all democratically minded governments, to truly support independent media, to increase funding for independent media if we're serious about this competition. Some of that can be ensuring that there's vibrant public, national public funded media in these countries, that the public media is neutral and not catering just to the interests of whatever government is in power, but then also supporting small, struggling, independent media that do investigative journalism, that can really target the roots of these kleptocratic governments that are exploited by Moscow and Beijing. We need governments to support journalists who have to flee their countries. And this, again, is a place that the Czech Republic has done amazing work, even over the last 7 months, given challenges in Belarus, Russia, providing humanitarian exceptions to visa bans. Some of the Baltic states, where RFE is also now setting up some new offices, have been true leaders in this regard. We also need governments to do more to expose these malign foreign influence efforts, provide more public reporting, raise public awareness, help educate publics about media literacy, about civics, That remains an ongoing challenge. I think a lot of progress has been made over the last several years, but it's an area where much more needs to be done. The private sector plays an important role here because in most of these countries, social media is the predominant way that people receive their news and information, just like it is here or in the United States. Back during the Cold War, Radio Free Europe, for the most part, we owned our transmitters. We could move them when the signals were being jammed by the Soviet Union or by the Czechoslovak government to block them. Now, although we still do some radio transmission and we have some transmitters that we use for that, the reality is on social media we have next to no control over how our information actually reaches the people we're trying to reach. That is decided by algorithms that are constructed and designed by people sitting in Silicon Valley with very little transparency and oversight about the decisions that they're making. I think the tech companies need to take more responsibility for that status that they have, and I think some of the things that Vera Jourova is doing in Brussels and the European Commission more broadly on this are incredibly helpful and can actually serve as a model for some of the policymakers in Washington as they look at these issues. Another area that there can be more private sector involvement, perhaps with the public sector, is just ensuring access to information. We see this firsthand in Russia, where, as I mentioned, we were blocked 1 week into the war, so you have to use a VPN to access our site. The Russians thus far have not really used internet outages, but that is a common tool now being used. The Chinese, I think, are quite adept at this. They're selling the technology throughout the world, providing it to their autocratic partners. We see this playing out literally right now in Iran as the regime there, in response to protests, just shuts down the internet for hours or even sometimes days or weeks if they get worried about a particular situation. We saw the same thing in Kazakhstan in January after unrest, where at least for 10 to 14 days, no internet in certain cities. This is 2022. There should be a way to ensure satellite internet that is accessible by anyone who has a cell phone, which almost everyone does, even in many of these countries in Eurasia that we're talking about. But beyond some of the Starlink, Elon Musk investments, there hasn't really been an effort to make the internet freely available as a public good to countries in those environments where their regime is trying to regulate internet as a means of control. And then finally, on countering these trends, and it's hard in places outside Western Europe and the EU and the US, is ultimately citizens need to take more responsibility for standing up and demanding change from the social media platforms about how they want to get access to information and the controls that they're willing to put up with. So finally, beyond those kind of common misunderstandings I've seen, I just wanted to end with a plea that I think from the previous presentations, this panel is probably in full agreement about, that we need to learn the lessons now that we failed to learn as we've pursued Russia policy over the last several decades. And there's been, I see on social media all the time a lot of finger pointing, within Europe, at certain capitals. In the US, I was part of a project a number of years ago that decided to take the politics out of it and say, look, this is not a Republican problem, it's not a Democrat problem. Republican administrations, Democratic administrations for several decades failed on Russia. We had the wrong policy, and I think we can probably say the same and maybe move beyond some of the finger pointing in Europe. Everyone made mistakes. We got it wrong. There was a sense of complacency, a sense of appeasement towards Putin, the constant hope about different elements of the Kremlin leading us towards reform and change, which obviously never happened. You just need to follow Dmitry Medvedev's social media accounts right now, which are truly scary if you go back and look what was being written about him in 2009, 2010. We've overlooked some of the internal issues inside Russia, failed to support Russian civil society adequately, failed to support Russian independent media for decades. So overlooking those basic human rights issues, which again is a danger vis-a-vis China, which I think has improved significantly in recent years, but it's only a recent phenomenon that there's more talk about Xinjiang and the situation with the Uyghurs, about Tibet, about the just fundamental disregard for human rights that we see on a daily basis inside China. That was off limits for far too long. We failed to understand that in the Russian case, and it came back to hurt us ultimately. We neglected our frontline allies. We neglected Central Europe for far too long. We didn't learn the lessons from 2008 in Georgia. We didn't listen to the warnings from Ukraine, even post-2014. And if a lot of different policies had been pursued, I think there's a decent chance this latest war could have been avoided. And some of this gets to what Martin was just talking about with Hong Kong, where I think some of us, and I may have been at a conference with Martin Halle the last time I visited Hong Kong, that's played out in recent years very rapidly, much faster than I think even many of us who were quite worried about the situation in Hong Kong expected. So we need to listen to our friends. That's why Taiwan is so important. We need to hear clearly the concerns of our Taiwanese friends. We need to learn from their experiences. We need to see what they are facing in the daily barrage of influence efforts, which again we failed to learn from some of our frontline European partners. We just thought, well, that's a local problem, that's a unique Ukrainian problem, that will never get deployed more broadly. We've seen the playbook again and again. These frontline states are testing grounds for Moscow and Beijing to expand these tools and deploy them elsewhere. And so we need to continue the current trajectory of greater support for Taiwan. And there, I've been pleased to see the Czech Republic, including the Senate and President Vyščítil and many others, Pavel Fischer, and the mayor of Prague as well, play a leading role in this regard, and hopefully others across Europe will continue to follow the Czech example. Because I think if we do learn some of these lessons from the last 20 years and look very closely at the similarities in some of the tools and tactics, they're not all the same between Moscow and Beijing, but there are similarities. That is the best way that we can apply the lessons learned from the European security experience and hopefully avoid some of the worst consequences that we now see playing out in eastern Ukraine and across Ukraine with the strikes this week on a daily basis. So thank you for your attention.
Thanks so much, Jamie, for these excellent points. There's a lot of food for thought there. I think we will probably need a couple hours to take that all in, but we have to move on because we only have this one session to discuss them. So now will be the time for Q&As. But before I give the floor over, I have a question for all of you. Somewhat specific, maybe even technical, about the role of NATO. So you will remember that when the discussion started on the very concept of the Indo-Pacific, the Beijing government immediately objected that it's an attempt to create an Asian NATO, which of course sounds a little far-fetched given the complexity of the region. We're probably not likely to have anything like NATO in the region anytime soon or ever. But at the same time, in the recently approved Taiwan Policy Act, Taiwan is declared a major non-NATO ally, I think is the wording, if I remember correctly. Ukraine, of course, is not covered by NATO, is not a member of NATO, but there's been a lot of support for the Ukraine coming from the NATO. Basically everything short of Article 5, right? So how do you see the role of NATO as essentially the only security military institution, the only military alliance that has a proven record of real military capabilities? How do you see the role of NATO, in Europe and in the Indo-Pacific? So can it play a larger role than it has so far? There have been some hints that Martin mentioned that that might be the case, but what's your opinion? What's your take on it? Can we start with Jukka, please?
Sure, thank you for that important question. I think I mentioned a little bit in my remarks as well, but I think addressing the challenges, the China challenges in the strategic concept itself is a very important thing that NATO achieved. And although NATO or European countries might not have a direct role in contingencies during Taiwan, even from peacetime, there's a lot of things that they can do, and maybe not necessarily through the NATO framework, but the fact that European countries are increasing its presence, or I would say defense diplomacy, by sending naval ships or air forces in the Indo-Pacific, shows a really important political sign. And we've talked a lot today about solidarity, but this is a strong message that Europe and the Indo-Pacific are share the unity and the challenges to the status quo. And also, I would say that NATO has also been focusing a lot around cyber, and I think Asian countries are also involved in some of the exercises and discussions in this, but capacity building efforts, I think, can be one thing that NATO can provide lessons on and offer some support to Taiwan, and also kind of, when I talk about cyber, including disinformation campaigns as well, how to counter this. These are some of the, I think, experiences that NATO countries have can maybe offer some things to Indo-Pacific countries and Taiwan. Thank you.
Thanks. Well, the Washington Treaty clearly and exactly defends the transatlantic area for which NATO is designed for, and consequently has direct responsibilities. But it is absolutely clear that the alliance as such and the allies are increasingly aware that the transatlantic security is not self-sustained. It's not only the transatlantic security that is inseparable, but it is ever more linked, to the security in other areas. And if I look back and think back of my years at NATO, then I do see that NATO has been able, to develop a number of very robust partnership, not only with its immediate geographic neighborhood, but it goes ever more into ever more distant areas. And the Indo-Pacific is certainly today the center of gravity of both economic and military power, and cannot be neglected by NATO. I mentioned the fact that for the very first time 4 leaders from the Indo-Pacific region joined NATO allies at the summit earlier this year in June, and I think this is a clear proof of how interlinked the security concerns are between the two regions. But let me mention one more thing, that I think it's important to say quite clearly. Seen from Europe, China does not represent an immediate and direct military threat, but on the other hand, it is an emerging threat in a number of other, I would say, not necessarily military areas, but if you take cyber, hybrid, the information space Jamie spoke about, then it is quite clear. And over time, we have been increasingly aware that our security does not depend exclusively on our military capabilities and military readiness, but it depends also on our ability to cooperate in all these other non-military hybrid areas, if you like, share experience, share the tools, and increase our resiliences in all these areas, because without resilience, then we are extremely vulnerable, even without being militarily attacked.
Thank you, Martin. And Jamie, do you want to comment on this?
Sure. I'll just say, I think it's been heartening to see the progression in the NATO discussion about Asia over even the last 5 years. When I was running the German Marshall Fund's Asia program, I remember we would go around Brussels trying to figure out, including in NATO headquarters, who to talk to about China, and we couldn't find anyone. That is not the case anymore. I mean, now it's on the agenda at summits. The aspects that Martin talked about, the hybrid threats, the countering Chinese influence, sharing lessons learned on export controls, setting standards in certain key industries, protecting critical infrastructure from cyber attacks that could come from China. I think there's, from what I understand from afar, extensive conversation happening within NATO, and so I think that sort of engagement on that threat should continue. I am a little skeptical, though, about overreach ultimately for the institution. I think as an American, I would just point out that I think one legacy of the Trump administration is that the debate about alliances remains politicized in the US. And we saw only a little bit of this flare up with the debate around Finland and Sweden. I think expanding even further, and some of that, I mean, I think Ukraine will face some of that when we get to that point of having a discussion about Ukrainian membership in the US Congress. And so there could be a perspective that expanding too far and too broad a group is not necessarily the best thing given US interests. And the focus on any members who join being able to pay their fair share, to bring value add to the alliance, is going to remain strong. I personally am a big fan of the Quad, and I think multiple administrations now have, again, Democrat, Republican, have prioritized the Quad, and the Quad over time, I think, hopefully, assuming India continues to move in the right direction, will be a fantastic venue for a lot of these conversations in Asia. And then the question is how to bring in maybe a European component and others outside the Quad, Taiwan, to have informal groupings around the core Quad. But I think that is the more likely scenario in the immediate future in the Asian context.
Great, thank you so much. So now finally we can open up the floor for questions. I would imagine that there will be a lot of them given all the areas that we've touched upon. So any questions from the audience, please? Or do we need those couple of hours to? Yes, please.
Okay, if I may, my name is Lenka Melozinova. I'm with Prague Security Studies Institute. I would have a question to you, Mr. Fly, because you actually mentioned the role of Musk's satellites in the war with Ukraine, well, the war with Russia. It's not so long ago that Musk announced that he can no longer pay for the Starlink satellites to be used in Ukraine. Can you comment a bit on that? How do you feel about this? How can, how it can change the situation? Thank you.
So I'm not an expert on how the Ukrainian military has used, this is the Starlink satellite system. I'll just speak from our own experience, because I've been to Ukraine a couple times since the war started, visiting our many journalists there. I mean, we've used, in some Ukrainian cities, we've used the Starlink system. It works. It provides high-quality broadband internet even when there's an internet outage in that particular city. And so it's the sort of technology that I was talking about that we need. The problem in the Ukraine case, beyond the politics and the fights between Elon Musk now and the Ukrainian government, the problem is it only really works in an environment where the government of that country supports the deployment of that technology. My understanding is it's a rather bulky system still. It's not the sort of system you can put in a bag and smuggle into a country like Iran or even like Russia if they have decent border controls. It can be tracked, so I believe it's not encrypted, and so a government certainly could figure out how many Starlink receivers are sitting around in its country, and they could then target the people who are using those. But it's the basis, I think, for something incredibly powerful, because again, I'm always amazed in 2022, given how many technological developments we have, why are we still reliant on an internet infrastructure that's entirely routed through local internet service providers that the government can interfere with, slow down, can instruct to just shut off the internet? There needs to be a way to move the internet infrastructure beyond that immediate government control of the territory on which someone wants to get internet access. And that's where the power of Starlink ultimately, and that sort of satellite-based internet. And I know other companies are doing a lot of research on it. I think the US government has done some work on this as well, but we need to get to the point where it can be deployed in a much more user-friendly way, because there are cases again and again of governments trying to deprive their people of independent information through the internet, and plenty of Iranians, Chinese, Kazakhs, Russians who would love that sort of technology right now if they only had it available to them.
Great. Any more questions, please? So I see two hands up, so maybe Professor Mereshko first and then Senator Fischer.
Thank you. Alexander Mereshko, Ukraine. Well, first of all, a short remark. I'm proud to say that recently Ukrainian parliament has adopted special resolution recognizing sovereignty of Japan over northern territories. And I think it might be a good example for other countries to follow, for other parliaments, and maybe example for Czech Republic also. And, but my question is, in contemporary world, the best guarantee of security is NATO membership. And me and my colleagues were campaigning for Ukraine to join NATO as soon as possible, because I believe that it might stop the war, because Putin is afraid of NATO. But maybe it is a solution also for Taiwan. Thank you.
Who would like to take this question? Pardon?
Ukraine's future membership is guaranteed by the communiqué of the Bucharest NATO summit of 2008. This commitment by NATO holds, and I strongly believe that this war against Ukraine will eventually accelerate the process of Ukraine's accession to NATO. But accession to NATO is not an event, it's a process that needs to be not only well crafted from the technical and military point of view, but it's also a very complex political process, as we can see right now with the accession of Sweden and Finland, which one would think that it is basically a no-brainer. As for Taiwan, there would have to be another type of alliance for Taiwan to join. NATO's scope, as I mentioned, is quite clearly geographically limited by the Washington Treaty itself. So, quite frankly, non non-European or non-Atlantic countries or non-North Atlantic countries simply do not qualify for NATO membership because of the treaty limitations. And I'm pretty sure that if there is little appetite to open the debate about the European treaties, there is absolutely no appetite, no possibility of opening the Washington Treaty.
That was a sad point. Senator Fischer, please.
Thank you so much. I have a question to the panelists. Imagine that you are in a position of advisors to UN Secretary General Guterres, that you are sitting in New York and you see the breach of UN Charter by Russia, first of all, non-use of force first, and others, on behalf of a member state which should behave even more respectfully as far as UN Charter is concerned. What would be your take to tell to the UN Secretary General how to address this? Because he might be, without exaggerating, the last UN Secretary General because of destruction of the organization by the super violence of this big country that we speak about. The UN Charter is clear, and the procedure to put Russia on the spot exists, but was not for the time being opened. What is your recommendation how to communicate, for instance, to the room that we sit in very clear terms, what is the path to take and what is missing that we engage in this direction in order to preserve the organization, the international law or rules-based order, and to safeguard the peace. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I've myself pretty much given up on Secretary General Guterres, but perhaps our panelists would have better answers.
Sure. I would like to maybe make some brief comments on that. Thank you very much for the question. I think there's a lot of challenges that has already been discussed in the morning session as well around the United Nations. But one way is that the current existing system is, I think there was a consensus in the morning as well that it's not functioning effectively. And there's, I think one thing we could do is to consider reforms in the UN and the Security Council, and I think this is one thing that Japan has been also quite open about discussing and about the changes made to the permanent non-permanent members of the Security Councils and how to maybe potentially even include like election systems to bring in other voices into the decision making and agenda setting. And as the votings already showed, and this is another thing that was also widely discussed in the morning as well, but the countries that abstained from voting in the previous resolutions shows that it's a large number of solidarity in Europe and East Asia, but also difficulties in, I mean, the large numbers of countries abstaining was in Southeast East Asia or India or in Africa, and we do need a mechanism to ensure that their voices are heard and what might be important in order to reflect on their voices in the system. So that's one thing. And I just wanted to make a brief comment in the previous, if I may, on the question on Taiwan. I mean, there's also, as I mentioned in my opening remarks, I think it's important to see the changes in the alliances in Asia as well. I think significant steps has been made in the US-Japan alliance, for instance, to address the challenges in the Taiwan Straits. In the summit in 2021 between Suga and Biden, they've, for the first time, mentioned about the importance of the security in the Taiwan Straits, and Japanese senior politicians has been increasingly open about addressing Taiwan challenges and linking that as Japan's potential existential threat, where Japan can even deploy or take some kind of actions in a case of contingencies. So those are, and also I really liked how Martin mentioned about the recommendations on building its own security and also strengthening the alliances, and I think that's what the US-Japan alliance, for instance, has been doing. Japan has been cooperating with the United States, but also increasing its defense investments in its own remote islands, which is only 109 kilometers. The most southwestern part of Japan is only 109 kilometers away from Taiwan. And even during the recent missile drills by China after Nancy Pelosi's visit, 8 ballistic missiles were launched into Japan's EEZ, and that was quite alarming for even Japanese fishermen, for instance, about their own security. So there's also, the recent budget request that came up from the Defense Ministry in Japan has talked about even developing and producing long-range capabilities that could even potentially strike Chinese or North Korean, for instance, land, although Japan hasn't taken policies to actually use it offensively, but they're developing indigenous capabilities that could potentially have those capabilities. So those are the things that are, I think, key to deter and support or prevent any invasions from China towards Taiwan that the regional alliances are also doing. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think we have a few more minutes, maybe time for 1 or 2 questions, if there are more questions from the audience. Maybe Martin would like to make a comment.
I'd love to make a comment on the on the question of by Pavel Fischer. If I understood you correctly, in these historic echoes of this whole, you asked what my recommendation to Antonio Guterres would be. Carry on, because I actually think he's doing quite a good job. We may be frustrated by the slow motion and limited efficiency of the system, but if I look at it, and I've been trying, to be objective. I'm no UN enthusiast, but neither am I a UN foe by definition. I actually think that the most dysfunctional element of the UN system is the Security Council. And basically, the rest of the system, the artwork of the UN, kind of works. It may be slow, but I wouldn't say it's paralyzed. What I do think is a major progress is this newly adopted, in Eurospeak, I would call it a passerelle formula that makes it possible for a resolution that has been vetoed by a permanent Security Council member to be transferred to the deliberations of the General Assembly. It may not have the same power, but on the other hand, if a resolution is voted by 143 nations out of 193 against 5, then it is telling where the overwhelming part of the international community and its opinion lies. So maybe this can be a tool that is even more politically powerful than if a Security Council resolution is adopted by a narrow margin or the necessary margin of 9 votes against 6, which is the minimum that is necessary. Because the fact, that the resolution will be ignored, in this case by Russia, that's a given, no matter whether the resolution is adopted by the Security Council or by the General Assembly. So my recommendation to Antonio Guterres would be carry on.
I guess it would be nice to end with a few good words about the UN, but maybe because we still have a couple more minutes, I would perhaps like to ask all the panelists to make a final point if they think that there's something that we have maybe omitted or missed. And I'll start from the other end. So Jamie, please.
Yeah, I'll just jump in a little bit on it's very easy for me because I'm not a US official on the question of, I think someone proposed Taiwan's membership in NATO. Ultimately, I think that from my perspective, I worked in Congress and worked in the executive branch. I mean, the Taiwan Relations Act, in terms of America's commitment to Taiwan security, I think is very clear. We've seen Joe Biden, President Biden, be very, maybe alarming to some in his own administration about his comments, but I actually think that ultimately is the security guarantee that Taiwan needs, and I'm convinced that if there is a threat to Taiwan, that the American people would stand by Taiwan and support them. Now, I sometimes have friends in the US who question whether the American public's willing to do that, but if you look back at history, people forget that American soldiers actually lost their lives on Taiwanese territory under shelling from the mainland in the past. They were willing, the US at that time was willing to make that sacrifice, and so I know Taiwan's probably always looking for more formal guarantees and commitment, but I think even what we've seen in recent years, the trend is in the right direction of strengthening that relationship, strengthening the US guarantee, and I would think that should be enough, hopefully, as long as we can't actually formally bring Taiwan into an alliance structure. But I think that bond is incredibly strong, and again, administration after administration, Republican, Democratic parties, that bond has only grown closer. And so I think ultimately that's a very important guarantee which we need to continue to build and strengthen.
Thanks, that's very encouraging. Martin, any more points that you would like to mention?
Yeah, I could be speaking here for another hour. No, but let me say this, we could see this crisis or these crises coming in recent years. I think, we could see and anticipate the Russian and Chinese emancipation, respectively, coming. And unfortunately, we have been unable to adapt to these facts. And as I said, we let them misuse our willingness to tie them into cooperation, which translated into economic and military power and the coercion that is a result of it. So my hope would be that the current situation is not a temporary wake-up call. So if Chancellor Scholz speaks about Zeitenwende, then that it's not a Zeitenwende for a definitive or for a limited period of time, but really a change of mindset and an impulse for an adaptation process that will make it possible for us, to protect the rules-based world and the international order, and make sure that we are not going to get out of control of what's going on. So this is my hope. I'm not sure whether we have been doing, or whether everyone has been doing enough or all we can, but I sincerely hope that we will not lose this chance.
That was great. And Yuka, please.
Thank you. I also learned a lot from this panel, but maybe three brief points. I think this morning and just this panel confirmed the fact that there was a consensus that there's the situation in Ukraine and East Asia and what could happen in the Indo-Pacific more broadly are very much linked. And first is we really need to learn from the lessons in the past. So where were the gaps in the hopes that we had in Russia towards relations with Russia and China, and what were the realities? This is really important that the countries will examine when it thinks about its own relations. And secondly, political solidarity and unity is very important. To deter any challenges to the status quo and to defend the rules-based order. And thirdly, we also, I think, agreed on that information really matters, and coming up with the right framework and narratives are very important to, I like the word that Jamie used on winning the hearts of the people, and I didn't make it clear in my speech as well, but I think when we think about the situation in Indo-Pacific, we also need to think about whether the narrative of the autocracy versus democracy really is the most effective narrative to win the hearts of the people in the Indo-Pacific, for the Indo-Pacific, solidarity and unity in the Indo-Pacific. So what is the effective message and narrative that we should be thinking about is probably a key question. Thank you.
Well, thank you so much. I think this was a very rich discussion. I hereby declare the panel over, and I would like to ask everybody for a round of applause, please.
Mr. Minister, welcome here to our conference on Indo-Pacific and Euro-Atlantic relationship.
So, thank you very much. Madam Deputy Director, President Fischer, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, it has only been a few weeks since the Czech government adopted the strategy for cooperation with the Indo-Pacific. And we should be proud that we are the fourth EU member state to have done so. And I would like to say that it proves that our interest in the region is a lasting one. It most certainly goes beyond the current Czech presidency of the European Union that has the region as one of its geographical priorities. So thank you for organizing this very timely conference. I'm pleased to be here today, and I'm pleased to present this strategy too. And as the synopsis of this panel rightly states, the very concept of the Indo-Pacific was first coined by the late Prime Minister of Japan, Shinzo Abe. As such, it is often perceived primarily as an effort or framework to contain or counterbalance China and its growing influence in the region and globally. It is, nowadays, widely shared view that China's increasingly assertive and many would say aggressive behavior is one of the major challenges we face. Without a doubt, China is on a quest to change the existing international rules-based order. The EU's strategic compass hence calls China not only a partner but also an outright competitor and a systemic rival. And for the first time, NATO in this year's strategic concept acknowledges China as a challenge. So we have two major international organizations, which the Czech Republic is both member of, to be clearly stating how the China is perceived as a threat in this regard. Despite all that, I would also argue that it is crucial to look at the concept of Indo-Pacific as a framework, to be valued as an instrument for promoting cooperation and a tool for engaging with Indo-Pacific partners to support, promote, and strengthen our cooperation based on shared values and interests. The concept has found its ground and logic not only in the EU or in the US, but also in ASEAN and in relations with the other partners in the region. So it is the primary anti-someone. We could hardly talk about ASEAN outlook for the Indo-Pacific since 2019, 2 years before the EU strategy for the cooperation within region. And to understand that, we have to build a coherence built on mutual interest, as well as understanding threats which are posed by China. So Czechia, as any other country, is closer to some countries based on shared values and interests, and that applies also to the partners in the Pacific region. So while the policy statement of our government mentions the cooperation with democratic partners in the Indo-Pacific as a priority, it is also specifically, and it also specifically names some of these like-minded partners, and let me mention specifically Taiwan. Having said that, it does not mean that we should engage and cooperate only and primarily with our allies or the closest like-minded partners. And that is why the EU strategy for the Indo-Pacific, as well as our recently approved Czech strategy, have strong elements of inclusivity. Of course, the question of partnership versus competition comes inevitably into one's mind. For example, with the US, we share the same values and principles, as well as many interests in the region. We strive for a free and open Indo-Pacific region. At the same time, we are also competitors in certain areas. But any differences that may arise, and indeed they do, are secondary. Instead, we aspire to focus on ambitious long-term targets and interests and seek room for cooperation, burden sharing, and synergies. When I say we, I mean the EU member states, the US, and all allies and reliable like-minded partners. Or we may call it the community of democracies. Today, we also face Russia's aggression against Ukraine and its consequences globally. It's demonstrated also by the fight or the war of narratives. Its struggle for the unity of understanding what does it mean to agree on the UN Charter and very basic principles of international cooperation. So it is very important and essential to communicate and coordinate better. Only together we can achieve more. And our EU engagement with the Pacific region and the Pacific countries is crucial. So our full engagement in the region must be continuous and sustainable. It cannot be a one-time shot, and it needs to be proactive, not reactive. We need to talk to the Indo-Pacific countries, we need to actively engage with them, listen to their concerns, and show that we care. We should focus on providing the Indo-Pacific partners with reasons and solutions to engage with us, with the Czech Republic, with Europe. Unlike China, we can offer them true assistance to avoid the debt traps and come up with reliable alternative for financing their long-term projects. We could assist our partners in building their resilience through close partnerships. We can present them our EU approach based on transparency, equal partnerships, and sustainability of proposed solutions. Our Indo-Pacific partners need to hear this from the highest political level. That is where multilateral fora come as very useful venues for countering one another, and I personally do so. And Czechia has been very active in implementing the EU strategy for cooperation with the Indo-Pacific. During our EU presidency, we carry out concrete projects on environmental protection, space programs, cybersecurity, or maritime law. The amount of events initiated and organized by the Czech Presidency only affirm our commitment by action. In June, we organized the Prague high-level dialogue on the Indo-Pacific And I'm glad that the US and the UK and also our colleagues from the NATO Secretariat participated in the event, along with the speakers from the EU and the Indo-Pacific. So the broad participation and audience at the dialogue mirrors our vision that the implementation of the EU Indo-Pacific strategy needs a close cooperation with allies outside the EU, particularly with the US. Cooperation which is based on synergies and complementarities in our strategies to work with the Pacific countries. So, to have both legs, as was mentioned in my remarks, in my introductory remarks, to have topics which will glue region more together and which will allow us to bring our partners on board on different kind of cooperations, and then have a strong security leg which will definitely be designed in a way that our systemic rival and our and increasingly assertive, even aggressive behavior of China is tackled. So that would be my introductory remark. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Minister, for your introductory remarks. I have really liked the fact, and it was already said here during the morning session, like two aspects or goals in which Indo-Pacific region is now important. It's on one hand a counterbalance of the threat and the challenge made by China, and on the other hand the framework for cooperation and cooperation especially based on shared values. I think the rest I will leave for our debate, and now I will give the floor and to welcome here our guests who are connected online. I will in such case ask Niklas Kvarnstorm. I see him already. Hello, Niklas.
Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome digitally to Stockholm. Mr. Minister, honorable members of the Czech Senate, ladies and gentlemen, it's a great honor for me to be invited to this dialogue in Prague. I think it's extremely important, timely, to have a European and a transatlantic discussion on the Indo-Pacific. I will say straight away, for everyone's information, that I am speaking today as a representative of a caretaker government, because it was notified actually earlier this morning in Sweden that we will have a new government which will in all likelihood be voted in on Monday, and a cabinet presumably appointed on Tuesday, or at least in the middle of next week. What that means is it limits a little bit the room that I have to speak, but happily I think that there is a broad consensus in Sweden across the party lines on not only the importance of the Indo-Pacific region, but especially as we look ahead to starting our EU presidency on January 1st, but also on some of the key Swedish drivers as we look on that policy. So first of all, let me say that I really regret not being there in person. I must say it's impossible to resist any doable opportunity to be in Prague, one of the most beautiful cities in the world. And I should say that it's extremely good to have a Czech EU presidency, because it means you have an excuse to go to Prague regularly, which is fantastic. Swedes, when we come to Prague today, it's not like in 1648. We come as very close partners between Czechia and Sweden in the European Union. 1648, incidentally, saw the end of one of the most turbulent wars in European history, the 30 Years' War. And I regret to say that I'm speaking today during the time of another great war in Europe. Russia's illegal, unprovoked invasion of Ukraine is a gross violation of international law. It's despicable in every respect. And it seems like every day that there is a new atrocity or several. What is going on has reaffirmed the value of the UN Charter and the importance of sticking to its principles. Russia's violation of international law is an issue of global concern, including for the countries in the Indo-Pacific. Yesterday's vote in the United Nations General Assembly shows that the world stands in clear opposition to Russia's illegal actions and in defense of the UN Charter, although, of course, in the Indo-Pacific region, there were a number of abstainers. Some have speculated that Russia's war would mean that Europe would focus less on the Indo-Pacific. But I think, in fact, this war has highlighted the need to build bridges in a time of global challenges and geopolitical tensions. I think I can report myself from the meetings of the Asia directors in the European Union member states. The view is widely shared that this war shows even more than before that we have to build partnerships in the region. That's so for two important reasons. One, this shows the need for global networks, partners, and relations in defense of the UN Charter and our values. And I think that's especially true for countries like Czechia and like Sweden. We both have around 10 million people. And for our countries, of course, it's an existential issue that might does not make right in international affairs. The second reason is because Europe and Asia are more connected than ever before, both economically and politically. We noted the February 14th declaration between Russia and China, and I think it's safe to say that over the coming years, we'll hear a lot more about concepts pertaining to Eurasia. That is an area that the European Union needs to stay laser focused on. So for that reason, it's extremely important. I congratulate the Czech Presidency of the European Union for prioritizing the Indo-Pacific and taking up really where France left off. And I think, as was said by the Honourable Minister, it's important that when we look at the Indo-Pacific, it's something that's done by all parts of Europe, all different member states. And especially important that, therefore, that you have adopted a strategy on the Indo-Pacific. And that even at a time of a major war in Europe, that we still have the wherewithal to focus on this region. Sometimes when I speak to my staff, I talk about a banana. That's not something that you usually do in diplomatic talks. But what I mean by that is that roughly the trade routes in the region from the Middle East up along the coast of China, maybe through the Malacca Straits, but also, of course, going down to Australia, New Zealand, and other partners. That's an area where something like 60% of European Union trade passes and where we have vital security interests. And I would say politically, because economically, of course, Indo-Pacific is 60% of global trade, 60% of global GDP, roughly, and 60% of climate emissions as well. So it's an area that we all need to focus on. But politically, too, if there are crises in the Indo-Pacific region, it'll have far-reaching consequences for Europe as well. Not just on trade in terms of semiconductors and so on, but also politically in terms of the global rules of the road and in terms of what values guide the global system. Also, of course, in terms of the future technologies that we will be relying on, it would be an understatement to say that we need to pay attention to the Indo-Pacific region. I want to say also to Mr. Hand, by the way, hi, Antoine, good to see you again virtually, that I think it's symbolic in having a US colleague on this panel as well, because whether we are in Europe or in Asia, we can only defend our interests as democracies if we do it together as close partners. Soon, hopefully, we will be treaty allies, we hope, here in Sweden. And I think we're only beginning to realize exactly what that will mean for our global engagement, but it's very clear that this will have consequences for how we work together in many areas. Of course, it's a major change for Sweden after 200 years of being militarily non-aligned. I'm happy to note here that Sweden and Czechia are two of the countries that most frequently point to the importance of the transatlantic link when we have European discussions on security policy, also in the Indo-Pacific. And in fact, you could even say, I think, that there's some sort of Nordic, Baltic, Central Eastern Europe joint direction on that, as it is on human rights, democracy, and freedom in at least some respects. On the EU strategy for the Indo-Pacific, of course, it's an important step for the EU as a global actor. You can't be a global actor unless you have a strategy for this region. It's a region where the EU is looking to build lasting partnerships in support of multilateralism and a rules-based order. And whether it comes to upholding the principles of the UN Charter, sustainable growth, resilient supply chains and societies, combating climate change, our interests will be aligned. I want to say this: I think we should never underestimate the European Union. We shouldn't underestimate ourselves in the Indo-Pacific. The EU is one of the largest trade and investment partners for nearly every country in the Indo-Pacific. And given our economic interdependence and the global challenges we face, our futures are closely linked. That, I think, was a clear conclusion of both the Ministerial Forum in Paris and the Prague Forum in the spring. And I think the thing about the EU is that the EU offers a genuine promise, a genuine partner, a path for prosperity to our partners. When Sweden takes over the EU presidency in January, we will work closely with the EU institutions and regional partners to maintain the momentum on this issue and focus on the implementation of the Indo-Pacific strategy. When I explain the European Union Indo-Pacific strategy to colleagues in my foreign ministry, instead of the 7 pillars, I kind of reduce it to 3. You could sort of say that the strategy has 3 pillars, really. One is climate and environment, one is connectivity and digitalization, and the third one is security, including human security. So what if, is there a Swedish tilt? What would the Swedish tilt be in terms of the implementation? Well, as I said, we have a caretaker government, so it's a little too early to say. But I think it's safe to say that Sweden will remain committed to multilateralism, to free trade, sustainability, and of course to international law and to the promotion of democracy. And these happen to be cornerstones of the Indo-Pacific policy. So I think that our task is to work together to address all these challenges and show the offer that the EU brings to the table. The security aspects, I think the French presidency was skillful in highlighting those, and they should not be underestimated. Hybrid and cyber threats are growing challenges, and maritime security requires expanded cooperation as well. And the security consequences of climate change will, of course, affect all of us too. And now, I already mentioned the effects of Russia's illegal invasion of Ukraine, and there are also, of course, other geopolitical tensions. As for China, the challenge is to find a balance between cooperating on issues of common interest, but insisting that China plays by the rules, whether in terms of international law and human rights, or in terms of a level trade playing field, or in new technologies. I think it's not a secret to say that the systemic rivalry and competition parts of the EU's multifaceted approach to China, they have recently grown faster than the partnership agenda. The EU is always open to dialogue, but we will and we need to continue to protect our interests, promote our values, and push back on fundamental disagreements and stand up for ourselves. Most importantly, when we do that, we need to be united and we need to be prepared. And that means looking around the corner and having discussions on all the ways that the developments in Indo-Pacific challenge us ahead. So finally, to say that the EU is a partner with no hidden agenda for the Indo-Pacific. We offer economic complementarity and a partnership for multilateralism. Sweden is an outward-looking, export-oriented economy, and we will keep focus on this important partnership. I want to say that the Czech Presidency has done an excellent job on keeping the Indo-Pacific on the agenda, taking over from France in an extremely challenging time. And we look forward to doing that as well during our presidency, although we can't, of course, offer the scenery of Prague and Paris, perhaps, but I'm not from Stockholm, so I can say that it's a beautiful city as well. Thank you very much for having me.
Thank you very much, Niklas. It was excellent speech, and I'm really happy that it's Sweden who will take over the presidency after us. If you appreciate as well as the fact how we did it, and I'm sure that Mr. Minister is happy to hear that as well, and the fact that you appreciate that one of our priority was also the Indo-Pacific, it makes me sure that this policy will follow, and the issue will not be only our issue for 6 months, because it's important issue. I have really appreciated your comparison with banana. I think it's a very nice way how to explain the vital security of our interests in the region. And just to point out how you see the important pillars of Indo-Pacific regions. It was climate, connectivity, and security, including human security. I think it's a very nice summary of the issue. So, thank you very much for your speech, and because we have here all three, like the presidency of today, Sweden, the future presidency of you. So now I will ask Antoine, like the former country of the EU presidency, to finalize the Troika. Hello, Antoine.
Thank you very much, and I will try my best to replace our newly appointed ambassador for the Indo-Pacific, Mark Abensor. Will actually start in his position in few days, even though it has been appointed already just back from Singapore. So Minister Lipavsky, Madame la députée De Croix, dear MPs, dear Martin, dear colleagues. As it was mentioned, France's strategy in the Indo-Pacific is based first and foremost on the defense of France's sovereignty interests in the region, which are being undermined by China's growing military power and international behavior, and more broadly by the increase in conflicts and confrontation in the region, and I guess we all agree on it. France also intends to act as a power of initiatives capable of providing solutions in coordination with our key partners, including European and American ones, to the security, economic, health, climate, and even environmental challenges facing the countries of the region. Thus, despite the war in Ukraine and international events that have directly impacted French interests, including the AUKUS partnership, the importance given to the region remains. This was explicitly recalled by our new Minister of the Armed Forces, Minister Le Cornu, at the Shangri-La Dialogue in 2022, and more recently by the President in his speech to the ambassadors, it was on September the 1st, and by Minister Colonna during a visit, first bilateral visit to the Indo-Pacific. It was to India in mid-September. France differs, of course, from other EU member states in the Indo-Pacific because we have sovereignty interest in the region, and we are a full-fledged Indo-Pacific country. 7 of the 13 French overseas departments, regions, and communities are located in the Indian Ocean and the Pacific Ocean. It is important as well to underline that Réunion and Mayotte are the only outermost region of the EU in the Indo-Pacific area. More than 1.6 million French people live in these territories, while an additional 500,000 live in the region. This presence gives, of course, France the second largest exclusive economic zones in the world, more than 90% of it being located in the Indo-Pacific. The Indo-Pacific is also a daily theater of operation for our armed forces. The region is divided into 5 military commands, divided into 3 sovereignty forces and 2 presence forces in the United Arab Emirates and in Djibouti. In total, it's more than 7,000 permanently deployed personnel, plus 700 sailors on a mission from time to time. The publication of a comprehensive strategy was a long process of 3 years between 2018 and 2021. In September 2020, the French government was the first European one to appoint an ambassador for the Indo-Pacific, back then Ambassador Christophe Penaud, formerly our envoy to Malaysia and Australia. And in July 2021, a proper governmental strategy was published ahead of our president's visit to Japan and French Polynesia, a long paper, 78 pages strategy that show that France is willing more than ever to implement initiative in and for the region. French top officials frequently insist that this strategy is not directed against China and that challenges in the Indo-Pacific should not be approached from a confrontational angle only. The result is sometimes the use of some diplomatic concepts that are difficult to understand and never really defined, such as France offering a third way, France as a balancing power, or France's objective to, I quote our president, protect the liberty of sovereignty. I do believe personally that the French discourse and élément de langage sometimes is counterproductive with some of our partners because it can lead them to believe that France is ambiguous or is trying to punch above its weight. Yet in practice, the French strategy is much more explicit, including with respect to China. First, France openly denounces the Chinese strategy of arming itself, which unbalances the balance of power and is challenging the status quo. France even stopped invisibilizing Taiwan in its official communication and started mentioning this year its concern about Chinese provocation in the Taiwan Strait. Second, France strives to demonstrate its projection capabilities to the region. In the summer 2021, for the very first time, the French armed force led the so-called AIFARA mission from metropolitan France to the South Pacific, projecting 3 Rafale, 2 A330 refueling aircraft, and 2 A400M transport aircraft. Third, and that's quite important, the regular deployment that the French Navy organizes, particularly in the South China Sea, allows Paris to reaffirm that the freedom of navigation and overflight and the right of innocent passage, as provided in the United Nations Convention of the Law of the Sea, can be exercised without hindrance. And in 2021, as part of the Marianne mission, France deployed for the first time a nuclear attack submarine, Emeraude, to carry out a mission of strategic interest in the South China Sea. And in October 2021, the French Navy main intelligence gathering ship, the Depuis de l'Aube, transited the Taiwan Strait. In the Indo-Pacific, France intends to play the role of a power of initiative. That means a proactive and responsible power that seeks to provide concrete solutions to the world disorders through a multilateral approach. Although the French strategy is very comprehensive, initiative-focused, and partnership-based, it may face 3 main challenges to its credibility. The first one is kind of a positioning challenge when we are sometimes displaying a form of distance to our American ally in the official communication, even though on the ground we have many convergences and many cooperation. Second, a capability challenge, and I think that's something many EU countries share, between sometimes the mismatch between our military assets or capabilities in the region and our ambition. And third, and that's the most important, a credibility problem sometimes of the European strategy, of which France was one of the driving forces. To be clear, Europeans need to make sure to base their strategy on a positive agenda with initiatives that are responsive, multilateral, inclusive, coordinated, and implemented. The European strategy so far is firstly mostly rebranding pre-existing initiative in the Indo-Pacific, yet we lack some initiative for the Indo-Pacific. Worse, I would say, the 300 billion European Global Gateway Initiative, which claims to compete with the Chinese Belt and Road Initiative, have so far failed to deliver concrete projects in the region, and flagship projects are still to be launched. One issue that we all have and all share, and then the Europeans can contribute a lot, is global challenges. And the Indo-Pacific, more than ever, is an essential scale for global challenges and a necessary space for cooperation. The size of the Indo-Pacific makes it an essential scale for addressing these global challenges particularly the climate and the environmental ones. As it was reminded before, nearly half of the world greenhouse gas emissions are produced in the region, mainly by China, and these emissions continue to increase. The Pacific Island states have made climate change their main threat to their security since 2018. And coastal regions have a major impact. Coastal erosion has a major impact on population in Vietnam, in Bangladesh, etc. The region is also one in which pollution has the most impact on biodiversity, according to WWF, even though there are unique spaces like the Coral Triangle in Southeast Asia that gathers more than 70% of all known coral species. Fisheries resources are particularly exposed by unregulated fishing, unreported fishing, and illegal fishing. Environmental crime directly threaten biodiversity and create loss of income for state and private actors who respect the rule of safeguarding and protection. Environmental security, food security, water security, health security bring the environmental challenge of the Indo-Pacific into the sphere of a broader security. And environmental security is essential for the social and political stability of the era. To conclude, to address these global issues, innovation in practices are also needed. In particular, we need to adapt the new geographical framework and try not to work too much into silos that we tend to work within our organization. New multilateral and multilateral formats should be promoted. And my key recommendation would be to create a so-called SDG plus Indo-Pacific platform, the Sustainable Development Goal plus Indo-Pacific platform, consensual and inclusive, to share best practices and develop joint initiatives, while having strict standards in terms of transparency and sustainability, while being even more ambitious than the SDG. This is what the countries of the region expect from us. It is within our means, and above all, one of our priorities. It's a question also of enhancing the role of public banks, since part of the public investment is channeled through these public banks. Some 30 of them, including the French, the Indian, the German, the Japanese one, met in Paris, actually the day before the ministerial forum on February the 21st. While Chinese public banks have financed many infrastructure projects under the Belt and Road Initiative, European public banks can form operational alliances with their American, Indian, Indonesian, Vietnamese, etc. partners. It is also crucial to choose iconic, if I might say, sectors, such as coal exit, the blue economy, natural disaster prevention, that are consistent with the Global Gateway governing principles, including infrastructure resilience and debt sustainability, while being a priority for the countries in the region. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Antoine, to share with us as well as a French strategy in Indo-Pacific, as well as the global challenges you see from the French point of view in Indo-Pacific. I really heard the great stress on the climate issue in your speech. Thank you for this, and also thank you for this proposal of platform on Indo-Pacific based on transparency and consensus. Thank you very much. I'm sure we will be back in discussion on a lot of points which were mentioned during your speech. And now it's very symbolic, it was said already, and maybe also necessary if we speak about Euro-Atlantic visions. We, of course, need our American friends. So welcome, Henry. Do you hear us? If it's the case, you have the floor. Up to you.
Thank you very much. I think I'm at a little bit of a disadvantage because the preceding speakers have made many of my points, but they've done it far more eloquently than I will do. I also really have to work on my backdrop. That's something I need to up my game on. But thank you. And I'd like to thank the Minister, Senator Fischer, the Czech Senate and Project Sinopsis for bringing us together for this really very important conversation. There is no more important moment for cooperation in the region than right now. President Biden has noted that what happens in the next decade in the region will be vital. What happens in the Indo-Pacific will have an impact on the entire world. Prosperity of the United States, like the prosperity of Europe, is linked inexorably to that of the Indo-Pacific region. The Indo-Pacific region includes 7 of the top 15 U.S. export markets. Two-way trade between the United States and the region exceeded $2 trillion in 2021. Our Indo-Pacific strategy is the guiding policy laying out the United States' vision for the region. This is an affirmative vision of an Indo-Pacific that is free and open, connected, prosperous, secure, and resilient. The vision seeks to protect and defend the very nature of the international rules-based order, anchored in freedom, openness, democratic resilience, international law, and the rule of law. We are pleased to see the convergence of the approaches towards the Indo-Pacific taken by our allies, partners, and friends like the European Union. An essential feature of our vision is it cannot be accomplished alone. Changing strategic circumstances and historic challenges require unprecedented cooperation with those who share in this vision. As a personal aside, I can say that after this discussion, I go over to the Danish embassy where I'm going to meet with several colleagues from Nordic and Baltic countries, followed by a meeting with someone from the UK embassy. So our partnership with Europe, our partnership with the EU is very much front and center with our approach to the region. I'm also heartened to see the deepening of transatlantic cooperation in the region through the US-EU Indo-Pacific consultations. Our Deputy Secretary, Assistant Secretary, and Deputy Assistant Secretary, it's a lot of assistants, but all people key to our China policy, all take part in regular meetings with their European counterparts to discuss how we can support our shared vision for the region. I can say that I'm acting for my boss, the Deputy Assistant Secretary, today because he is getting ready for a trip to Europe. The regularity of our meetings reflects the depth of our cooperation under our 2 sets of consultations. The EU is our partner of first resort. Rather than admiring the problems we are facing, we are moving forward with concrete initiatives in the region. When it comes to the Indo-Pacific, the United States and the European Union have together identified the areas of maritime security and defense, countering disinformation, child labor, Burma, and connectivity as initial areas for cooperation. These are all key areas that will help bolster the resilience of the region. This will help us to build a collective capacity for the region to meet the challenges of the present, adapt for the crises of the future, and seize the opportunities of the 21st century. And though our Indo-Pacific strategy and our China strategy are distinct, we cannot ignore the immense challenge posed by the PRC towards overall peace and stability in the region. As the European Union and its member states know well, the PRC's coercive diplomacy spans the globe, but it is most acute in the Indo-Pacific, especially in the South China Sea and increasingly into the broader Pacific. The PRC's unlawful claims and militarization of disputed outposts in the South China Sea and its willingness to use coercion and intimidation across the Indo-Pacific undermines sovereignty and international law, including freedom of navigation and overflight, as well as other principles that have brought stability and prosperity to the Indo-Pacific. As we can see, the PRC has adopted a more aggressive foreign policy. PRC is the only competitor potentially capable of combining its economic, diplomatic, military, and technological power to mount a sustained challenge to a stable and open international system. Our response to the collective challenge the PRC poses to our security, prosperity, and values is to invest domestically, to build strength at home, to align with our allies and partners, and compete vigorously with the PRC. Secretary often says, competition is not in itself a bad thing, but it should be done on a level playing field. In conversations with PRC counterparts, we have been forthright in raising our concerns in areas where our interests diverge. We have also stressed the need for common sense guardrails to ensure our competition does not veer into unintended conflict. We recognize the fact that we have a limited ability to change the PRC. Our focus now is on shaping the strategic environment around China. And here, once again, I'll say this is so critical that we work with our partners and allies. When we discuss, the comparative, advantages or disadvantages we have vis-a-vis the PRC, perhaps our greatest advantage is the fact that we have this network of partners and allies that we can work with on these issues. At the center of our efforts for a free and open Indo-Pacific is building the capacity of Indo-Pacific nations and regional institutions, including the promotion of democratic resilience and human rights across the region. Over the past 5 years, we have contributed more than $1.2 billion across more than 200 programs developed by a range of US government agencies focused on protecting and promoting democracy. As a stalwart of global democracy, we want to work with the European Union in support of our shared democratic objectives. Some potential areas of opportunity include countering disinformation and supporting independent media in advance of elections in Indo-Pacific countries, expanding technical capacity, building for anti-corruption and transparency in the face of strategic elite capture, and defending journalists, civic activists, and at-risk groups. There are several mechanisms through which we can do this, including through our Indo-Pacific consultations. Also, I'd make note through our Indo-Pacific Economic Framework, which is also designed to build connectivity and resiliency in the region. Our team is eagerly working with EU institutions, including the European External Action Service, to achieve this. We have no doubt here that together we can have an outsized impact in this region and ensure prosperity and stability in the years coming forward. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Henry, for your speech. If I should point out something, I should say it again, so only thank you. I'm sure that I'm not the only one who share so many points you have mentioned in your speech. Maybe I only took note of your quote of our limited capability to change PRC and the reaction to this, the importance and our attention to the cooperation with our other partners in the region through economic framework, a diplomatic framework, and all other possibilities how to build a relationship. So thank you very much to all of our speakers. And now I would like to give floor to you here in the public, or to our guests, if you have any question. Martin, I see Martin, and maybe after that, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Thank you very much for all these contributions. Our 3 online speakers, unfortunately, couldn't be with us here in Prague today. I think Niklas took it especially hard that he can't be here personally. But it also means that you've unfortunately missed the debates that we had in the morning, and they mostly circled around the, well, of course, the interconnectedness between the 2 regions, but also the connections between the security situations in Eastern Europe and East Asia. And that's just a short introduction for the question that I would like to ask, and I guess the question would go to Mr. Hand. I've noticed that in the recently passed Taiwan Policy Act, you speak of Taiwan as a major non-NATO ally, if I remember the wording correctly. And I was wondering if you could tell us what that might entail in practice, and whether that might guarantee in the case of a conflict in the Taiwan Strait that Taiwan would get support similar to that afforded to the Ukraine, or how should we read that particular part of the document? Thank you.
Okay, no, thank you very much. That's an excellent question. The Taiwan Policy Act you refer to is one of many pieces of draft legislation that is in our Congress. As you all know, we have two houses of Congress, and they each approve legislation, and then it goes to the president, who signs it into law or does not sign it into law. The Taiwan Policy Act is, that is, I believe, the Senate version of a bill that's been presented. House also has another version, but that's not something that has been passed. That is not something that is policy. That is simply a proposed bit of legislation that is being discussed in the Senate. So I can't really speak of the impact it would have on our policy because it is not yet law. As far as our policy towards Taiwan, that really does remain unchanged. It is based on our One China policy, which is based on our Taiwan Relations Act, another bit of legislation that was passed and put into law many years ago. The communiques, the assurances, all the other bits there. And frankly, that framework, our One China policy has really, we feel, been a key element in preserving peace and stability in the Taiwan Strait over the past 40 or more years. Again, I can't really comment on a piece of draft legislation. Most legislation goes through a lot of changes and seldom emerges the way it is originally conceived.
Thank you very much. Martin, did you have your answer?
Yes, thanks for that answer. I didn't realize it wasn't passed yet, so sorry about that. But since we already speak about that, what do you think is the chance of it pass? Well, actually, you already answered that usually it goes through a series of changes, right? So was that meant to suggest that this particular wording may not make it into the final document?
This is where I start making sort of static noises and talk about how the connection is breaking up and I can't hear you. I really can't talk about pending legislation or the approach. I mean, of course, we take a strong interest in any legislation that might, have an impact on policy. There's a lot of draft legislation out there. I know because I get démarched often by the PRC who will point out particular legislation that they are concerned about. And again, we do have a very, it is a very elaborate process and involves a lot of discussions, trade-offs, and all that. So I've also, I long ago gave up even trying to predict the likelihood of a particular bill being passed and then put into law.
Thank you. I have seen Mr. Chairman to have a question. Am I right? No? Okay. So is there any other question?
I will have a question to Minister Lipavsky. Mr. Minister, you are in a position of presidency in rotating mechanism within the European Union, we cannot predict what will happen on the forthcoming councils, I mean Foreign Affairs Council or European Council, but we will have definitely also China on the agenda. And my question mark is where you would like to be at the end of the Czech presidency, handing over to Sweden with this very topical issue of Indo-Pacific related to Chinese posture, which is threatening its neighbors, be it India, be it others, be it Taiwan, definitely, or within South China Sea, we see how many partners are challenged. Could you just make not a dream, but an outline of what you would like to hand over to Sweden in terms of package to deal with after the end of the Czech presidency? Thank you.
Thank you very much. The current year in FAC, Foreign Affairs Council, in the EU is fully marked with the Russian war against Ukraine. That's something which is Europe feeling very intensively. We need to be very actively looking for ways how to deal with this threat and how to help Ukraine to survive as a freedom and sovereign nation in its with ability to protect its territorial sovereignty. And I can imagine that would the Russian aggression against Ukraine not happen, would that not happen, we would have spent much more time and focus on Indo-Pacific and on China. And I think it was even the French plan when they organized ASEAN meeting in Paris, which happened the day before the war. We had extraordinary FAC meeting the second day of that Paris Convention. The debate on China is almost not moving ahead in the EU as such. However, it doesn't mean that there are not certain things happening. And one of those was mentioned, that's the strategic compass, which was approved during the second half of the French presidency. But it needs to be mentioned that the strategic compass was prepared quite in advance. And the main issue which needs to be somehow discussed is different approach of different countries, and we have like 3 groups of state in the EU with different approach to China. And we have few states with very intensive business ties, and I will be very open. It's Germany, it's Netherlands, Denmark. They are promoting strong and intensive business relationship with China. However, they are listening to security concerns. And then we have states like the Czech Republic or Lithuania, which definitely are on a different path with China. And for example, the case of the Czech Republic is that, for example, our business ties with Taiwan are much more important than with mainland China. So it is also defining our policy. And then you have special cases like Hungary. But I think thank you very much for the French position, which was very important and plays a role. But what I'm trying to construct is the argument that we need a profound internal EU debate. We will have a debate on FAC on Monday in Luxembourg, but I don't expect any major change from that. But I think it's a first debate on China we are having since I am a member of FACs, which is basically for this year. So it demonstrates the level of discussion, and I would like to see the EU to find a common position and a common way how to have a dialogue with China. So, for example, it will be a good enabler for the Czech Republic switch to multilateral discussion with China through Brussels rather than 16+1 cooperation, which we are still somehow part of, even though we are very inactive. And basically, there is no substantial work being done. At least no substantial work on 16+1 was done during my ministership. So. What I would like to see that we are handing over to Sweden presidency, I don't know if we will be in a position that the debate will start. I would wish so, but honestly, most of the focus of the EU foreign affairs coordination is now focused on Ukraine, directly or indirectly. And that means relationship with Ukraine, enlargement process, Balkans, relationship with Russia, energy crisis, or for example, Africa, which is now, I would say, openly lost. Many African countries are lost to Russian influence, and that's something which, for example, even though we are pushing huge humanitarian development budgets into Africa, needs to be tackled with. And on the other side, it's very right to call that the China and risk connected to China are still there. I think we are also in a situation when China is in some kind of limbo done by the very drastic COVID measures. So we really don't hear much about them. And I think it's only a matter of time. We maybe the convention of the 20th convention of Communist Party, 20th convention of the Communist Party maybe will bring a new impulses, and we will hear more about China. And it is also necessary to say that that in a situation when Vladimir Putin is breaching for now only by rhetorics some red lines, speaking about, for example, threat with nuclear weapons, or the way he handles occupied nuclear power stations. This is something where we realize that China is on board with us, since even for them this is too dangerous game. So this is something which we need to follow very carefully and have a dialogue. So even in times of competition and rivalry, we need to have some common understanding, and to nurture this kind of relationship is very important for Europe.
Very much. I see Mrs. Professor to have a question. Please be welcomed.
Good afternoon, everybody. I rather don't have a question. I have a remark. It was very interesting to listen to the presentations of all of you, but I particularly appreciated one part in Antoine's remarks about the sustainable development. And I think this is something which should be paid greater attention to as an idea and source of perhaps smaller projects that can have a real impact in the Indo-Pacific. And I would just remind everybody that one of the slogans of the Chinese development is sustainable development. But I am afraid they understand sustainable means developing more and more and faster, not development that really is sustainable in the sense of environment protection or preventing environment disaster. I would rather than the environment protection call it preventing environment disasters. And I think we think in a particularized way. I mean our policy makers, and they just divide security and trade and diplomatic relations. But I think I would suggest that this sustainable development might be something interconnecting everything and could bring benefits also to countries which are not necessarily our closest allies and are sometimes somehow in between, but they could be made into closer allies if they see real interest in their sustainable development. So this is just a remark, listening to all the presentations and all the concerns and justified concerns we have regarding the Indo-Pacific region. Thank you.
Thank you very much for this important remark. I see Antoine and Henry as well, if you may react.
Yeah, very briefly. I think we focused a lot in Europe on what we have to offer to the Indo-Pacific, but we also need to make sure of the needs and the expectation of the countries in the region. And on the security and military level, the Europeans are not considered as one of the key players, and we won't be a top player in the region. We have very limited resources that we can project to the region, and except the French, almost no countries can sustainably project a military asset in us. Yet, in terms of security in a broader sense, we have a role to play, we have an added value, and the idea of the SDG Plus Indo-Pacific platform is to make sure that each of the countries can come up with initiative, get some co-fundings, and make sure that we have high standards, that we are inclusive, everyone can jump in, as long as you do respect very high-level standards. Just one example. In 2017, at the One Planet Summit in Paris, the so-called Kiwa initiative was announced. The idea was to help Pacific Island country and territory to implement the climate change adaptation strategies through so-called nature-based solution. And it is now something that is being active in the South Pacific. The Agence Française de Développement is chairing the secretariat, but fundings come from France, the EU, Canada, Australia, and New Zealand. It's about 60 million euros. It's working well. Countries and communities in the region are welcoming the initiative, and we can, of course, duplicate it. Another aspect is for us to better communicate, and I fully agree, of course, with Minister Lipavsky when you mentioned that we do a lot in Africa or in the Indo-Pacific, but it's not always been acknowledged. We need also more visibility, and something quite simple to do at the EU level is to duplicate something we do in a very specific bilateral relation we have between EU and ASEAN. Between the EU and ASEAN, we publish every 2 years, I think, a so-called Blue Book. The Blue Book is a very nice 50 pages communication document, very well formatted, very sexy document, in which we present the current cooperation, the projects, our priorities in the bilateral relations. That's something we need between Europe and the Indo-Pacific, to have a document that we can present, display to the partners in the region, to basically explain what we do, the many initiatives we have, etc. And just to conclude on one point, because we talked a lot about China, of course, and I once again agree, we lack some form of coordination. Why not having, at the EU level, I know that we have on some other issues, a special representative for China, whose main, I would say, job would be to increase coordination within the EU among the different directorates, between the EU member states, and with the EU partners in the region. That's this kind of coordination mechanism that we lack. We lack it at our own national level. I won't get too much into detail with the French one, but we lack it. And that's something, of course, we always need at the EU level. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your comment, and I see that Henry would like also to comment.
No, thank you. Just briefly, we don't have a document as sexy as the French document, but we do have our Indo-Pacific Economic Framework, and that does have 4 pillars. First one is connected economy, and as part of the connected economy, it is we're seeking strong labor and environmental standards, basically to encourage the adoption across the board of higher standards in these areas, corporate accountability provisions. The second is resilient economy, fairly straightforward. Third is clean economy. We're also looking, to shared kind of acceptance of high environmental standards, pursue concrete high ambition targets to accelerate efforts to tackle climate crisis, including areas of renewable energy, carbon removal, energy efficiency, and new measures to combat methane emissions. Last pillar is fair economy. Again, enforce effective tax, anti-money laundering, anti-bribery regimes. Make it fairer overall. Other thing I'll say, and in discussions like this, we tend to focus on the competitive aspects of the relationship, but also there are areas where we feel strongly we can and should work with the PRC. Secretary Kerry, our special envoy for climate, has had a number of productive meetings with his counterpart in Glasgow and elsewhere. Climate, health, counter narcotics, many areas where we can and should work with the PRC. Also, we're not advocating a decoupling or a Cold War. There are many areas where we feel strong connections with the PRC are important. One example, over the past year, even with all the COVID restrictions, the United States has issued over 100,000 student visas to students from the PRC coming to the US. So again, we certainly value that connectivity, those types of connections. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And I will ask also Nicholas, I see his interest to comment this point.
I feel I have to say something now that the others have, but just on sustainability, of course, that is key part of the EU strategy, key part of Swedish engagement with the region. One of the pleasures of my job is this time of year I have 1.5 hours times 21 with our heads of mission in Asia Pacific. And I can say that pretty much every single one of them, one of the key parts of the embassy's work is finding partnerships in terms of sustainability in the countries in the region. Sweden is, first of all, we're one of the largest donors in the world. And as everybody who read the European Innovation Scorecard, we've been ranked the most innovative economy sometimes in the world, but definitely in Europe the last few years. And so we try to combine those two. And I think that a lot of the EU member states individually work on these things. And I know that the External Action Service and the EU institutions also want that. So it's a good question how we combine that. The second thing I wanted to say on Antoine's comment there on the special representative on China is that certainly one thing that has been part of the Swedish China policy is to say in the European Union that we definitely, because there's a lot of talk about things like decoupling. Decoupling isn't going to be sort of an on-off switch. You either do it or you don't. What we are facing is a situation where we are going to have 100, if not thousands, of choices of what can you and can you not do, for example, with China, given our systemic differences and so on. And in order to do that, we need to think across the policy areas. That was the reason that Sweden, we formed a National Knowledge Center on China. That was one of the conclusions of our government communication to our parliament on China a few years ago, which had, backing from all the political parties, your colleagues in the Swedish parliament. And a concrete outcome was we need to know more about China. We need to be prepared. We need to understand these challenges before they hit us, essentially. So I think I'm not sure about the special representative idea, and I certainly can't say anything about that before we have a government. But I do think, and it has been a big part of Swedish policy to say we need to have coordination on China. Here in Sweden, we have a China government network, for example, across all the different government departments. I think that's necessary. Just as a matter of curiosity for you, for the parliamentarians in the audience, my department, the Asia Pacific department, we topped the league table in the Swedish Foreign Ministry last year with parliamentary questions. we had 103 questions on China alone in 1 year. And by comparison, I was deputy head of the Eastern Europe's Central Asia department a few years back. And then we had maybe a question on Russia, our main security challenge, every like 2 weeks or so. But this is one every third day on China. But the most amazing thing is that they were opposed to 11 different cabinet ministers. And that shows how broad, you know, the China challenge, if you will, is for us. And lastly, to say, when we're talking about security, of course, being Swedish, we talk a lot about the human security and the soft parts of security. But just so you don't get the wrong impression, of course, France isn't the only country in Europe with a strong defense industry. We make fighter jets, we make submarines of the next generation, radar systems, and lots of other things that are very important bonds to many countries in the Indo-Pacific region. And I think it is important. You just have to look at India as one example of a country where it's clear from what's going on in Ukraine that a diversification to European products is important. Thank you.
Thank you very much for all these comments. And I have seen one more question, 1, 2, so please, I will ask you, Mr.
Good afternoon. I'm Martin Rybek from Charles University, South Asian Studies. Speaking about coordinating strategies of Euro-Atlantic space towards the Indo-Pacific space, I would like to hear more about the two initiatives that Europe and United States respectively have towards the region, and that is Global Gateway and Build Back Better World. Can those two initiatives be coordinated, and if so, then through which channels, so that their effect is more synergical than competitive? Thank you.
Well, maybe, I don't know who wants to ask, Mr. Minister, I would say it's up.
Okay, I'm not much briefed on details of those two initiatives, but I'm sure that they can be aligned since we are sharing the same strategic goal of engaging in a positive way the region. And especially on the level of the EU, it's key that we finally have some kind of tool which is doing this on purpose and this is in a united way. And then it is a matter of how the goals are set in this initiative. But in the end of the day, once our partners realize that they are engaging with partners who want to create a fair relationship, it could be the point which will convince them to do it with us. Let it put it in this very simple way. So I would like to see them aligned, definitely.
Thank you very much for this positive answer. Pardon. Yeah. Would you like to add something? I see our colleagues and our guests on the screen. Henry, please.
As the other side of the Atlantic, I feel obligated to step in. No, this is, of course, this is something of great interest to us and is a topic of discussion. For example, I mentioned the US-EU-China dialogue. And again, given the incredible number of connections that we have between the US, EU, member nations, and others, this is something. I meet with a lot of our ambassadors serving around the globe, and a frequent question that I get, or a frequent concern that they raise with me and with my bosses and with others is, look, the local government has accepted this PRC investment. They know it comes with strings. They know there are problems with it, but what do we have to offer them in return? How can we sort of not just sort of be shrill and say, oh, this is bad, don't do it, but look, here's another alternative. And we realize that this is something we really have to do. We have to work together, the US, the EU, but also other partner countries as well. We talk a lot with Japan, Australia, New Zealand, and any number of other nations. So I think that you've really touched upon what really is a critical point. Is we can't just complain and say, gee, this really is a bad deal. We need to sort of step up to the table and offer something. We probably won't be able to sort of outspend the PRC in sort of sheer cash, but I think we can often come up with alternatives that are more sustainable, more fair in some cases, and frankly a better deal for many of these countries.
Thank you very much for this important answer. And Antoine would like also to add something?
Yeah, very, very briefly. When I mentioned before the positive agenda, the idea that other Europeans will also need to come to the region, not as alternative, but as providing option to the country in the region that most of the time only have China as a single option. So the idea, and I fully agree, is to tell them that we have capabilities, we do fund lots of projects, and we can basically replace some of the time China on that. But I think one of the key problems we have right now, it's a problem of urgency, that's the global gateway. We have announced it a year ago, and so far it has not been really implemented, or at least we don't really know if anything has been implemented so far. And China is using it against us by telling all of the countries in the region, you see the Europeans, you see the Americans, they keep announcing, but they don't deliver, they don't implement. And I think we need to communicate much more at the EU level on Global Gateway to make sure that we start implementing and that we have flagship projects. At least one theme that transcends, I would say, the whole Indo-Pacific, that from Kenya to Bangladesh, from Fiji to Indonesia, can be implemented. Of course, there are local specificities. And of course, it's not one-fit-all project. But at least a theme in which we have projects implemented in several countries and in which we can say we have initiatives for the Indo-Pacific, the region makes sense. And of course, I think maritime issues can be one of the line. Would be like maritime economy, could be maritime environment, maritime biology, or biodiversity, etc. But we need to implement, and we need to communicate on that, because once again, China is using it against us as countries that keep talking but that do not implement.
Thank you. It's again about a proactive approach. I think you have mentioned all of your view about implementing and really to be proactive, to be there. I have seen, I have seen one more questions, and I think we have still time for another one, if there's somebody for after that, and after I will ask Mr. Chairman for the closing remarks.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Baodo. I'm from the Project Sinopsis. I would like to address Minister Lipavsky with a question regarding the 16+1 platform. You mentioned before that for some reason we're still part, as a Czech Republic, we're still part of this platform. And also you mentioned that maybe the reason is that we are considering our position in this platform regarding the way of continuing in a dialogue with China. But wouldn't you think that maybe now, when the Czech Republic is in the EU presidency, shouldn't we use the opportunity and send this strong signal to China by leaving this platform and maybe organizing a coordinated exit with other members of EU countries that are part of this platform? And by doing this, we'll send a strong signal to the China where we stand in this matter, and of course also in the matter of the Indo-Pacific. Thank you very much.
Thank you, very good question. I am posing similar questions to myself from time to time when forming the Czech foreign policy. And first of all, let me state that our Czech-China relationship has nothing to do with our presidency to the EU. That's completely, those are two completely separate things. We are passive in 16+1 cooperation. So we are passive to the level that we are not doing almost almost anything. And the China is not coming with any relevant proposals, which would be interesting for us. For me, it's important to finish the process of revision of the relationship between the Czech Republic and China, which is still ongoing, and we already have some results from that. But it needs to be said that the relationship is really not full of activities, and that's not only given through the COVID, but it's given through fact that most of the activities from the Chinese side, which were realized here in the Czech Republic, was done in some kind of hybrid way, where the state-to-state communication didn't play such a significant role, or was done in a manner when it was not based on some agreement or common activities. I would like to see, we need to have a dialogue with China. I would like to have it commonly as the EU and China, since that's something when we really have a leverage of biggest market in the world, our economic power on our side. So that's my policy. That's where I would like to see, and I already replied to Mr. Fischer. And so we haven't made that move, which was done by Estonia and Latvia. I think it's necessary to say that I haven't seen any kind of repercussion from the Chinese side on that move, which is also a good signal. I spent quite a lot of time discussing with other colleagues from the EU states whether they are planning to do similar moves, and I haven't found another EU member state which would like to do such kind of move for different set of reasons, and some of them are even happy for being member of 16+1. And I am not only speaking about Hungary, for example. Greece is in a quite convenient position. So it's not so it's a plastic situation, and I'm looking for a way how to handle the situation.
Thank you very much. For me, it's important that it's still the issue on the table, and hopefully will be soon handled with the global answer to all other issues. Now, because it's my last time to speak, last occasion, I would like really thank you very much to all the guests from my side. Thank you also to all of you. Thank you to the organizer for all the patience and all the job done on this. And for me, it was very fruitful, very inspiring, very rich of information from all over different aspects, starting with Ukraine, Japan, now Sweden and France. So thank you very much for the possibility to be here. And now I will give the floor to Mr. Chairman.
Thank you so much, Madam Member of the Parliament. I very much liked the words of Antoine Bondas, who had this call to all of us that we should deliver. So I think that it's time for deliveries, and we had a very rich discussion today. We would like to thank all our partners, Konrad Adenauer Stiftung and Sinopsis, and the Senate of the Czech Parliament. We had a very inspiring idea from Niklas Kvarnström concerning 180 questions to the Swedish government, which were posted to 11 cabinet ministers. I see that we have still a journey to go in Prague. We will do our best and enlarge the members of the government we speak about China with. We are very happy to have here the Ukrainian-Taiwanese sparking and very inspiring exchange this morning. Thank you so much for this occasion. We had 4 research fellows, Yuka Kashino, Antoine Bondas and Martin Hala, together with Jamie Fly, who is not researching anymore because he's presiding Radio Free Europe, Radio Liberty in Prague. We had 3 high-level governmental officials, Niklas Kvarnström with us from Sweden, Henry Hen from the United States of America, and from Czech Republic, Martin Pověšil, Deputy Minister. We had 2 ministers of foreign affairs, Joseph Wu, and this moment we have Jan Lipavsky. Mr. Minister, thank you very much. And we are very pleased to have you with us, Alexander Mereshko, chairperson of the Ukrainian Parliamentary Committee for Foreign Relations. You created this bond of 2 crises. We spoke also together today, Taiwan Strait on one side and Ukrainian under attack. So let me just conclude by thanking all of you. We are happy to be with you on this so important topic, and let's stay in touch. I think that there is something to do together right now and deliver as Antoine Bondas recommended. Thank you so much.